Oh.
Yeah.
Closed.
Twitch.tv.
Does that mean that what I just said was dead?
You don't make sense.
You said everything after I said open was
Live.
live. But if I say closed, does that mean it's dead?
Nope, still live. You can't kill it. It's already.
Right.
It is dead. There's 0 viewers. My bad.
Right, because live is missing the A, so it's live. So it's ed. E-A-D. Because it's dead without the D. Just like live is alive without the A. He's regretting letting me in, Lyra.
It's fine.
You think he's gonna get tired of my creative ways to rot his brain?
Labor, are you mad that he's awake?
Missy gets mad that I'm awake late. She'll come up to me going, and then walk with me to my to my bedroom. It's funny. I think it's adorable.
Old lady telling you it's bedtime.
The old lady who's less than a third of my age.
Hey, did you multiply by 7? Those are dog ears.
I think I have her beat in both intelligence and wisdom.
Probably.
Oh. She is 8.
It's a weird one.
Texas brisket.
Yeah.
Texas barbecue brisket.
It's surprisingly salty, and it doesn't taste like the barbecue ones. I think I like the barbecue better. Oh, hey, there's actually people here. So,
Look, Japan has their flavors of chips. They have like fucking
Yeah,
I don't know, wasabi pickle. We have Texas barbecue brisket. We're not that different.
I tried Japanese Tex chips, and the only thing on there was like a picture of a squid, and I don't know what I was expecting, but it was so awful. It was just straight squid, and it didn't even taste like it. Like, squid has a different taste raw and cooked, right? Have you ever had squid? Has anyone had squid?
I've had squid.
You know how raw squid is sometimes like really salty and exceptionally fishy? It just has, the taste is just straight fish.
I've never had raw squid. The fuck? Was it raw? I think it was cooked. Yeah.
You only really get it raw at like sushi places. You'll get like a slice of it on something.
I went to a place for the Chinese New Year
Well,
and had cooked squid. It wasn't raw. I don't think I would want to eat raw squid.
it was so bad that we were literally like passing the bag of chips around like, hey, try this, and everyone would go and just the next person would try it. It was basically ended up being like, it wasn't a snack, it was a joke. You know?
Sounds like something I would like.
Maybe.
Wait, where do you get this type of chip? Did you order it online?
We just found it at a gas station, honestly.
At a gas station?
At a gas station, yeah.
And what gas station was it when you were in the Navy?
No, it was down in Austin.
Oh, okay. That makes
At
sense.
least I think it's Austin.
A lot of weebs live in Austin.
So, the main thing we have to do is see this Space Materials 1 part and this space geometry.
Yeah.
I need to transition from this and turn this part into 6 planes and then give each of them their materials separately instead of giving the box all of its faces at once like I'm doing here.
Okay, and you're still going to use 3.
Yeah, with the current goal of getting back to being able to have blocks placed normally with none of the optimizations, but with each face rendered separately rather than doing it all at once. Because until I make each face rendered separately, I can't do the optimizations where I choose not to render some of them, right?
Yeah.
Because it turns out you have to optimize shit for it to run on computers. I was really hoping that was like something that, you know, the Roller Coaster Tycoon dev or the Doom dev had to do. You know, the people who are actually smart enough to do all this shit. And not me, because I live in 2025. But no!
No, that's not how it works. You can't get someone's entire GPU allocated to your game. Especially if it's, you know, your website.
I mean, sometimes you can skate by, like the Yandere dev simulator guy.
Yes, and his code is notoriously awful.
Mm-hmm.
One toothbrush from that game would crash most people's fucking games just trying to load it. You can't get away with that shit. No. What was it? You should never use Yandere Dev as an example of, oh, we could skate by because he did it. You do not use him as that.
No, that's the point. He's so bad that I should be allowed to get away with bullshit if he could get away with what he does.
Look, if Yandere Dev did it, you don't do that. He's the antithesis of a role model. Okay?
Fair enough.
It's like saying I should make every dialogue option in a switch case statement because Toby Fox did it for Undertale. And everybody roasts him for that.
And then I need to scroll up and check. The other time I did a plane was grid layer, plane geometry, yeah, just 2 for the plane, standard unit, standard unit. Cool, now I have the plane. It exists.
I don't suppose turning this into different faces will make it easier for you to create the half slabs by making the sides half the size.
That's not the issue. So, if we did the half slabs right now, it doesn't change anything about my process, other than it means that instead of having a block ID for just the block, I would need separate block IDs for half bottom, half top, and full 2 half slabs. Because we're doing it with a block ID system. I can do it, and implementing half slabs will literally double the available height for people to do because they'll be able to do halves. But it isn't necessary now. No. So it's not part of the minimum viable product. Because as part of implementing half slabs, I have to implement whole blocks anyway. Whole blocks are all that are necessary for all of this to go live. So I'll be able to come back and do half slabs later.
Okay.
It's one of those we can't implement everything at once.
I know. It's just a thought. Because my idea of a minimum viable product is something I can build off of later. And if we figure that problem out after this, we can just build off of it later. So I'm not particularly worried about the half slab thing. It's just a thought I had.
I did this in order to get it to rotate properly. So I will just copy that code and assume that it's necessary. So what this will do, if I recall, is it will move this first plane to be it will go from some random direction to now being flat, and then I'm gonna have to figure out rotating shit in 3D space. Lovely.
Oh, I thought a space
It
plane.
might be easier to do each phase one separately.
Oh, I thought a space plane would just let us fly through space.
So, this is a plane geometry. I just didn't include the word geometry. And it's the geometry for the space. But before we were using
I know.
I know. I know you know. At this point, I'm doing it on purpose.
But space geometry sounds hard. Geometry was hard enough.
You're telling me I'm living in geometry hell as we speak.
My brother, you've blasted off. You've taken to the stars. This is space geometry.
Okay, so that rotates it so this is flat. So
Oh, so you have to do that 6 times.
yeah, but I
Just
can.
like
I don't have to do it 6 times. I can make the material, make the mesh, and then rotate the geometry, and then make the material make the mesh. So I can use this geometry over and over again. I don't have to make it different.
Wait,
But-
so each plane will be an object, right? An object that gets spawned in?
Each plane.
Each plane that you create. So is this going to treat each one as its own object? Or
When they're spawning in, yes, but not when I just make it here. Right now, it's just a geometry that it will apply to an object when it's spawning.
okay, so only when it's spawning in, not on an existing one,
Mhm.
right? Okay. My concern is that you are now sextupling the issue.
So the way the box geometry works already is it's literally just 12 triangles, 2 for each face, and it spawns all of them. The way plane geometry works is it's 2 triangles for the plane. And I'm doing that 6 times. Oh wait, that's 12. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about that.
Alright, so
'Cause I
now
haven't actually made a game yet.
new 3 dot. Well, that's the downside of doing things the way we have. Like, you don't have to worry about your geometry stuff nearly as much.
I'm still thinking of things in terms of objects and stuff, not geometries.
Yeah. You don't have to think nearly as much if you're doing something in, like, Unity or whatever, or Unreal, because there's a certain amount of optimization the game engine will do for you. 3JS doesn't have that. You're doing everything manually. I'm literally spawning the individual triangles of the polygons one by one in my code in order to do all this, which is why I can do these optimizations, but it's also... there's a lot of build-up to even just spawn boxes and be able to place them on the cursor, you know?
Yeah, you're doing the C++ here when...
You
C#
say
is
that?
over there.
Literally yesterday, I was like, man, I really wish this was C++ instead of JavaScript so I could do memory management better.
Time to start again. No. Hell no.
I can't do C++. It doesn't have this library. I mean, there might be a library out there somewhere, but this is the best supported 3D web render library I know of.
Oh, there's definitely a C++ library for it. It's just, this is the best one you know of. And I wouldn't really... Myself, I'm lazy. I would find one like this and just say, that's it. All right.
Wait a
What
second.
does the documentation look like?
Oh,
Good enough.
right. Okay.
I wouldn't get like too into researching the languages unless I had to.
Okay, so I have to do space material 1 equals, and then this is a const, so it's going to be mad at me. So I'm going to have to comment this out. Excuse you.
What?
I'm just saying I noticed.
What?
The fact that you fucking ripped ass.
Me? No, that was not me. I don't know. Layra!
You can't blame the cat when it's not in the room.
How do you know she's not in the room? She's a cat. She'd be anywhere.
Fuck.
Cats are ninjas. Every cat is a ninja. You don't know their mission. But they're ninjas.
Alright. And then I just copy that down for each of these and then we're good.
Wait, what?
Why?
Okay,
Oh,
so
I
are they
forgot
all going
these.
to be like space materials 1? Or
Yeah.
they're 2? Okay.
So each of these right now are images that I'm referencing.
Yeah.
So
So is
there's
this
different types of materials. Standard material has the properties I want. I don't remember why. And then this, the texture material, it literally is back up here loading in the images that I have put into this library that we had made. Right?
okay? So you're going to use space materials 1. Space materials 2, the slightly is the translucent one? The orange one?
No.
for
It's
placing?
here. Let me. HT docs. Where are you?
I didn't even realize there were 2 different textures other than that.
Well, there's at least the 2 for the tops of the grid, right? You have to have your dark squares and your light squares. Where's HT
Yeah,
docs?
I didn't even
Usually
think-
it's pinned.
I didn't know that was even implemented yet.
Yeah, no, it's fully implemented. And furthermore, it's remarkably easy to actually get the checkerboard to happen once you have everything set to a grid, because you just need it to change every time you would go orthogonal one space. So if you do mod 2, and it goes, okay, x increases by 1, and that changes the mod, so suddenly the checkerboard changes. X changes by, or z changes by 1, hey, mod 2 for those 2 added together. And then you can also make it checkerboard in 3D space, which we have done, just by adding the y value as well. Because it will change checkerboard every time it goes up 1. And then that you could do that across everything. It's wonderful.
We just finished making out on stream, Spike. You should have seen it.
Mm-hmm. He's right. You can go back in the VOD if you want to see it.
If you really want to.
So what we're actually doing is I am moving from the box geometry to plane geometry.
2 people joined right as we were talking about that.
Hopefully. So I'm having to redo the previous way I've done things with each face rendered separately rather than rendering the box. That way I can choose which faces not to render. And that's part of this first bit here.
And I'm just here.
Yeah, I was explaining why we have to do this way. So because I'm doing things this way, I'm actually going to render just one of these and just rotate the material. Because I did it this way out of my own ease, where I physically rotated the image first and then loaded it in. But I don't have to do that. So this is now the side material. And then I will also since I already have to do all the rotation bullshit, space material bottom.
Is it going to do the same thing whenever you for the highlight for the thing that shows up before you place the object?
Yes, it has to.
Won't it?
The good news with that
Suck
one is
for
I
the-
don't have to. Huh?
Won't it suck for the computer if they were to suddenly move their mouse all over the place? If it has to constantly summon 6 objects and delete 6 objects?
So that's the point where we have to delete them before. We have to decide which ones not to load when you go outward on the dragging. So when you drag it at one space, it doesn't spawn all of the squares and then delete all of the squares. What it's going to do is only spawn the ones that are on the outside most, and then despawn the ones that are on interior edges.
Right, but I'm saying if they look down and just move their mouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the temporary one,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to show up here, disappear, show up here, disappear, show up here, disappear, all over the place
So
in rapid succession. Won't that?
right now it's only 6 polygons. So doing that quick like move around, it's not an issue at all. It's only going to be an issue when we've implemented click and drag, and then it would be more of an issue if we don't make this optimization, and then we will slowly implement all of the ones from this 11-minute video one by one in order to prevent that from causing issues. And then they'll be able to drag as much as they want and it not cause any slowdowns.
Oh, Missy. We got a cameo. She decides to give me hugs. Give me hugs? She said, no, your chair made a scary noise.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Missy. Give me hugs. Come on. She's telling me to go to bed.
That makes sense.
She's giving me real hugs.
Oh, my coffee's empty.
Ah.
I miss
She's
Miss.
telling you to go to bed too. She said, you know what? I'm not gonna roar at you because you're not my human, but you should probably go to bed too.
Hey, puppy.
She said, if it's dark enough outside that you can't see me, you need to go to bed.
Alright.
I've been slowly shifting my sleep schedule for the past week, though. Because I really want a night shift job, so I don't think I'm even going to be able to go to sleep if I go to bed now. Look at her, she's tilting her head when I say go to sleep.
She's going to be so upset about you doing night shift.
Yeah. I can already see that she's going to get up on my bed, wake me up while I'm sleeping during the day. Even if I take her for double A, okay. As soon as I get home.
In the middle of the night when you're like gone, she'll like come bother us and try to sleep in our bed. Oh, what happened?
Maybe.
What happened? Did you have injury? Is this a scab? What happened here?
Does she have a scab?
Maybe. I think she might. Yeah, a little bit one.
I'll check it out more closely in a bit. She's also been like, she does that dog thing where she'll get hurt, she'll like run face first into something or do something to hurt herself and just act like it never happened. Meow.
So
Did you come in here tonight, me to bed too, Lara?
we're gonna comment out this because this will also tell me anytime I'm using something that I shouldn't have. Because now the errors will pop up. Uncaught reference error if I'm using something somewhere that I forgot about. Like I know, for example, I'm using right. Oh, right. I do have to do the frickin' the rollover mesh with the planes as well. I'll do the rollover mesh first and get click and drag working this way with the rollover mesh, I guess. And then get the spawning of the individual things to work.
Where's your rubbish?
This is going to be a whole lot of me just getting squares to appear on the screen for like 4 hours. We have to start somewhere, right?
There are already a couple of squares on the screen.
Go to bed.
At least there's one. I don't know. Oh, I wouldn't move the chair around right now. Her ear is right next to the wheel. Yeah. I would not scoot it backwards. You like putting yourself in a very precarious situation. Laying right next to people's rolly chairs.
Alright, so I guess I literally have to go over to the rollover mesh. Let me control F. Because if I can do the rollover mesh, yeah, this space geometry doesn't work.
Okay, now she's just happy for the attention.
Space plane. Okay, if I do that and just switch it to space plane, what happens? That's the first question. All I've done, it breaks, of course.
Why'd you do that?
Space material 1. Where? 178. Well, I said that was why I was doing it. Oh. Oh, right. Fucking JavaScript.
Pretty sure you'd have to do the same thing in C++.
Yeah, no, it's just whatever language you're doing, syntax. Add space. Yeah, and it's only the top. Hey, it worked!
It's not lined up correctly, but it worked. And it's the wrong size for when you get close.
It only looks like the wrong size because you don't see the rest of it. It is the wrong height. It is the wrong height, but it is aligned otherwise.
Oh, that's why it's not lined up correctly.
Yeah.
It's the wrong height.
So we'll fix the height of this one, and then we'll render in the rest.
Is its height set to 1? I think its height is set to 1.
Its height is...
It's set to the standard unit, isn't it?
Yes, it should be, but it's not that for some reason. Oh, I know why. Because the position of this isn't is halfway up. Because the position of the center of the block was there, but now we want it to be the top face.
Okay.
So this is at the half slot height because it positions based on the center of it. So now the center of the plane is where the center of the box used to be. Okay.
Oh, so you just have to set that to either 0 or the standard unit.
Yeah.
Probably set it to 0 so it's 0 base or something. I don't know. We're just gonna make 6 of these fuckers.
Are you getting distracted by my coding?
Distracted from what? Playing with the dog?
Forgetting to go to sleep.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna do that anyway.
Oh, okay.
I've been staying up later and later. I'm up to like almost 3 now. And I don't go to... No, I've been going to bed.
Can they see the labor? Nope, my chest is in the way.
That's not your chest. That is your belly.
But, my belly's down here. This is my chest.
It's all belly. They can see the cat.
Yeah, they can.
Say meow for the stream.
She refuses.
There we go. I know they heard it. But she didn't.
Oh, they might have.
Well, you have the same mic as me, right? Those things like to pick up human voices. Not so much the animals.
Yeah. Elgato has a pretty decent filter. That's fair.
I know I can whistle loud as hell, and it's just fine.
All right, so
Your periodic
there's a
table
part.
theory.
There's a part where I position the rollover mesh.
Oh wait, that's not the periodic table. That's decay.
It's the periodic table of the isotopes,
Yeah.
not the elements. I mean, calling it periodic is a stretch.
That's why I changed it to just decay. It's decay.
What's the period? So as you go up, it increases, and as you go right, it increases. What? Yeah, vertical axis, protons. Horizontal axis is neutrons. So when does it cycle?
Once a month.
The quips.
You can't leave shit hanging like that. Come on now.
I
You
do
can't-
it all day.
You can't tell me Power School wasn't filled with period jokes.
No. They were too busy joking about killing themselves.
Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd be the weirdo making the period jokes, and everybody else would look at me like,
There it is, rollover mesh position. Okay,
Yeah.
So now here I can... So the issue I'm running into now is I'm going to need 6 different meshes for this. And then decide which... Oh god, this is going to be so much. Oh!
God, I'm glad you got the Pomeranian ears. They make you like 20 times cuter.
So basically what I need to do is right here point.y plus equals standard unit.
Gotcha!
Hi, Missy. And then here also, because this is about the y plus equals standard unit.
There she goes.
You know what? Let's only change one thing at a time. I changed exactly this one. If normal.y is not equal to 1, add standard unit. Alright, control F5. I believe, so normal.y is equal to 1 when the normal is straight up. So this should not change anything about what I've done so far. Yeah, okay. But it would change on... Yeah, next. Now we change this one. If it is 1, add it, but after everything. Control S.
I'm gonna head
Control
back to my computer.
F5. Build.
After I see this.
That's...
Still
okay.
same height.
So that didn't work. Why didn't that work?
Did you comment out the original one?
Do I minus equal? I minus equal if... Alright.
I was blowing out my knee and fucking ankles while you were doing that. Did you comment out the first one? Or no?
I'm literally modifying the code directly. Okay.
Oh.
So that does that. So what if I just...
Okay.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to my computer.
Okay.
Oh, I upset my knee jumping down the stairs.
He's right about the comments, so I shouldn't just backspace it, so... Hi, old! Alright. Let me make sure this isn't 1.5 units. How do I make sure of that? Do I just have to look at it and go, yeah, that looks right? It does look right. Visually, that width is the same as the height. Yeah, 1.5 would be obvious. Okay, it's working. Now I have to spawn the second one and put it on the bottom. Okay, once I have all 6 of them being positioned correctly. Fuck's sake. There's another concern I have. So, something that happens when we're calculating the position of the intersect point is it's up here in the render loop. Yeah. Intersect equals intersects 0. So, and then we run rollover mesh position. Copy intersect dot point and add intersect face normal. Oh, no, that will still work fine. So what it's doing is just adding 1 in the direction of the normal. So if it's coming off of the plane, it's fine. And then it rounds to the... I'll say. And then because it's inside of the bounds of the box, it rounds to the position of the box. Just fine. All right. And that will continue even when I'm doing the plane. So I was checking to make sure it didn't have to... It wasn't a function that cared about it being a plane or a box or something. Okay. Unfortunately, I am not... I've never done all of this before, so I have to do each bit one by one. And this is... So, I know, and I've said this before, I'm at the bare minimum skill level to attempt this. And I will gain the rest of the skill level while I'm doing this. So, to anyone who believes that they can't do something, just if you keep trying long enough, you will eventually get better at it. At least that's what I tell myself. "40 minutes in, we've spawned a square." Alright, so we need to go over to the very first instance of rollover mesh. And we're going to make this rollover mesh like the start of it. When I declare it, where is it? Oh, it's already an instance mesh. So I could just make 6 of these? Yeah. Alright, I need to look up 3JS instance meshes again and figure out how to do stuff with that. I also need to close my door so I don't bother Liam while he's trying to sleep. Oh, that's awful. Oh, I saw that. I'm so sorry. I look fine on the way back, but man, that one little fucking plumber crack. I'm so sorry. Oh, I have to figure out how to stand up without that happening. The streamer skills, I guess. The delay was just perfect that I sat down and saw. Oh, I really hope Spike wasn't paying attention to the screen. Okay. Now we dig into the documentation. Instance mesh. Wait, how do I call it? I see the constructor. There's the count, yeah, so I'm doing 6 because there's 6 faces. What's the at part? The index. 0 to count. Okay. So I will set the matrix at, I will get the morph at, and then I call the individual indexes as the functions to do the things I would normally do by just doing it directly otherwise. So the first one for all of these will always be the index. Okay, that's not too bad. So now there's 6. Is it now rendering 6 at once in that spot? If so, what's going to happen when I refresh this is that is going to go from opaque to suddenly Z fighting itself and very, very solid green. So add spaces. Yep. It's bright as fuck. Because all 6 of them are in the same spot now. That's funny. Alexander, I'm sorry. Alright. Let me look at set matrix again. Set matrix at. A 4x4 matrix representing the local transformation. Make sure you use instance matrix dot needs update to true after updating all the matrices. And that just happens at runtime with the render once I update all the matrices. So it says a 4x4 matrix representing a transform. Is that... I remember these. This was a specific rotation transform. Texas brisket Pringles. Brisket barbecue Pringles. They kind of suck, actually, but they're still Pringles. They're just mostly salty. It has a weird beefy taste to it. It's not awful. Alright, so... rotational transformation matrix. Oh, do I need to know matrix multiplication? Negatively scaled matrices are not supported. I have to learn matrix multiplication, and I need to do it now. And I don't know what it means. How to rotate a point 90 degrees using a matrix. Alright, I guess this is what we're doing today.
Hi everybody, Physics Ninja here. Today what I want to do is I want to go...
Let me get my headphones in so we don't have an echo. What do you need a matrix for that whatever game engine you're using doesn't already handle? So, the thing we are using is 3JS. So 3JS is just an add-on for WebGL that allows you to do 3D stuff in your browser using whatever you have on hand, right? So it has a bunch of these examples. Let me find one that will load quickly and I could show. But it's not a game engine, exactly. It just allows me to make direct calls on the GPU with JavaScript and has a bunch of interfaces to let that work. Which means I do everything manually. I spawn the triangles, I give it a geometry, I give it a material, everything directly. It has more in common with Blender than a game engine. but I'm doing everything with code rather than a UI. That means that I can really get into the nitty-gritty, but it means I have to really get into the nitty-gritty. Yeah, we'll click on this one, this example. Huh. Neat. Parker Solar Pro. Huh. This is a live position tracker. And NASA set this up? What's the IMAP mission? This is cool. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in orbit around Earth. Yeah, I kind of forget that we're actually an intelligent species sometimes. That's awesome. Anyways. Cosine A, negative sine A, cosine A. Let me get my headphones. For reference, matrix multiplication is the one thing in math I've been avoiding. Because the first time it was explained to me, I didn't understand it. However, like, I relatively can read a proof paper. I can do calculus fairly well. And not just Cal 1, Cal 2 as well. Trig, I love trig. Trig's great. So in theory, it's just the extension of trig, so it shouldn't be that bad. Fine.
At a rotation matrix. So I'm going to assume here that we either have a vector or a point, and that point is described in terms of some coordinate.
So the position is a vector in 3D space. I know that. And I am able to simply do math.rotate.pi, but I don't remember what axis that rotates around. Because I've done that a few times in order to get something to align correctly. Like, where is it? Yeah, right here. Rotate x negative math pi over 2. And then down a little bit when I'm doing the actual render for the... up a bit when I'm doing the grid layer. Negative math pi over 2. And that's just a 90-degree rotation around some axis. But I guess that's just turning on a 2D plane. It's nothing. I don't know what you're referring to, Alexander. Okay.
System here, which I have shown x and y. This could be a global coordinate system for, imagine if you're designing a video game where there are multiple coordinate systems, maybe a global one and a lot of local coordinate systems. And they might not be parallel to each other. Some may be rotated relative to each other. So imagine we have this vector here, this green vector. It has a certain magnitude, and it has components ax and ay in the global coordinate system. And what if I have another coordinate system and I want to rotate it, for example, right? It might look something like this. So I have a prime coordinate system drawn in red, right? So I'm showing you the same vector now. It has components bx prime and by prime in a different coordinate system. So what I want to do today is I want to look at how do I transform my coordinates ax and ay into the new coordinate system that is rotated by some angle theta relative to the first one. All right, we're going to go through kind of the simple proof of this. Now notice I'm not rotating the vector. The vector hasn't changed, or the point in space hasn't changed. I'm only rotating the coordinate system in this case. So be a little bit careful. Like with all my videos, if you like it, give it a thumbs up. Consider subscribing to my channel. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so here's the setup. We have our global coordinate system with its two components, and we have our rotated coordinate system in red with its two components. Now, I'm going to show you at least the easiest way to prove this, in my opinion, is to do it like this. So we notice we have our components here in red. We have bx prime and by prime. In order to prove this, I think the best way to do it is to do it this way. So first we're going to move one line over. I just want to add some extra lines because we're going to have to link all of these components together, and I just want to make the diagram as clear as possible. So I make that line and I move it over, and the total length of this line has to be bx prime, right? It's the same as over here. Now the other thing I want to do now is just extend this line a little bit, okay? And the total length of that line we're going to be able to find because it's going to be the total length of the line here on the left-hand side. Now I want to notice a couple things about this diagram. There are a lot of triangles here, so let's just keep in mind a couple things. The value AX is this one right here. This is AX, right? It's the same as down here. Okay? That has to be AX. Let's get rid of that. And the AY length has to be this one. AY is this length right here, right? Measured on the global coordinate system y-axis. So keep that in mind. Now we're going to define some distances here. Now, again, if this is the angle theta, you should be able to convince yourself that this here is also the angle theta. All right, now we're going to define some terms right here.
Yeah, that tracks.
First term we're going to define
parallel.
I'm going to also write the angle theta down over here. All right, so let's
Yeah,
go
that
ahead and
tracks.
do some things. So we have AX is the hypotenuse distance. That means that this distance right here, this here must be AX, cos of the angle theta. This side right here would then mean that this here is AX sine of the angle theta. Okay, we have a few more to do. Let's go on this.
So sine of theta is on the unit circle exactly the y value. So we're multiplying this x by the y value and this x by the x value of unit circle length. And both of these are going to be less than 1 unless it's like perfectly vertical or perfectly horizontal, because then you would just be multiplying by 1. So it's a shrinking factor based off of, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And why is that the case? Sine theta, this one is specifically times the y value of that length is? Okay, so it's this length that we're talking about. So why is this the y length? There's at least one rotation here I don't fully understand. Oh, because this triangle is similar to that triangle, and then it's literally the y. Okay, that's why.
Side, remember this whole length is AY. That means that this total length must be AY cos of the angle theta, which would mean that this little bit right here must be AY sine of the angle theta. All right, so if you can get to this point, you're pretty much done the problem, okay? Okay, so now we can start writing things out. So we're going to write down our x component, bx prime. Bx prime is this total length right here, right, which I've repeated at the top of that rectangle, right? That is the total length. And you can see now you can write it in terms of the a components. So bx prime you should be able to write as ay sine of the angle theta plus ax cos of the angle theta.
So AY sine AX cos, because you're getting this. Alright, and this one is the case this way. The Y values here. How is that similar to here out? Sokatoa. Right, that doesn't help me. Alright, so how did we get AY from this? AY is this length. Oh, is it similar when you flip it this way? It looks similar if you, what would that be? 1, 2? So one flip and then a turn, and then it would go over? Well, just because it looks similar doesn't mean it is. It is similar because of theta? That's an angle theta. Oh. For 90-degree rotations, you don't need any sines or cosines. That tracks. You could just use 1 and 0 for them. So you'll just be using some spots and not using others. Because everything will either become 1 or 0 from the cosine. And sine. Yeah, -1 as well. So let me look at this again. I go back to the instance mesh doc. So this set matrix at function down here it will give me the 4x4 matrix if I use get matrix, but if I set matrix, it's a local transformation of the instance, which should just be rotational. Well, the last row is the fourth column and row allow for translation for a 4x4. All right, so this is just trying to prove to me that you can do the math to make it work. So let's go here.
Want to give an example?
Oh, I've looked at this before.
Just whenever we want to apply.
So my goal right now isn't to fully understand this. I just need to find the right combination of rotations for these matrices to move each of the faces from the top of the block to each side of the block. Right? And then just unfold it from being a flat thing with everything in one spot. Which is... one is just moving it down a standard unit. I can do that already. It's not even that hard. I can literally use .y move down. In fact, just to feel like we're making more progress, I'll do that one now. So I just need to go to right here in, not the render loop, in rollover mesh. Yeah, rollover mesh position. Is there any way to set the coordinates? That isn't the matrix? No, I literally have to use a 4D matrix because they only wanted to do it once. And if I just update .position.y, it will update it for all of them? I mean, that's useful because it means once I get the transform right, I could just do the .y. Or the whatever thing. So I can just copy the position like I was before, and then it will apply the transform? I feel like I'm going to do this and then realize I put it in the wrong part of the code, and it's just going to be constantly rotating 90 degrees at a time and just be like flashing because it'll do it every frame. But I don't know that to be the case until I test it. I feel like this also... So I would... You know what? Let me console.log the get matrix. And just do that every frame. Why not? So... console.log. I just want to know what it looks like. It's going to be a 4x4 matrix. I just want to know what it looks like. Roll over mesh dot get matrix at, and then we will do 0 for the very first one. And what was the other part of the get matrix? What the frick do I need to even put in here? Oh, it's... So I need to... No? I need to make a matrix for, and then... it will set the variable I put in. Yeah, this 4x4 matrix, which I feed into the function, will be set to the local transformation matrix of the defined instance. So apparently, I have to make a new matrix for here. New 3 dot matrix for... So, const test matrix equals new 3 dot matrix 4. And then we'll put test matrix into here. And we'll see if that works. If not, then I have to... You know what, just because I'm worried it won't work and it feels like it won't work, I'll do it this way. Semicolon, and then test matrix. Alright. That should work. There's all chess. Control F5. Build. Nothing broke. Add spaces. Okay, that's not bad. So 4x4 means it has 16 elements. And it's always the same. Right, because it's a 4x4 and it's just going across the top. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That tracks. So I just need to put 1s and 0s into the right frickin' spot. Yeah, I just need to put ones and zeros into the right frickin' spot. That's not bad. Alright, so currently it has a 1 and 0, 5, 10, and 15. So in my head, row 1, column 1, row 1, column 1, 0, 5, 10 is not there. It's over a bit. And then 15 is almost there. So I almost feel like if I just start plugging ones into random spots, I'll get a good idea what each of these ones done. All of programming is putting ones and zeros in the correct spots, but usually I'm not tempted to do it via trial and error to a 16-digit thing where I go, okay, what if this is a 1? What if this is a 1? And just see what happens. I feel like I'm doing a frickin' plug board for phone calls. Okay. Let's still watch this video. I know it's 20 minutes, but I want to see if I gain insights from this guy.
Nations in our vectors. Right? So we have our points, right? Our
Everyone still go support Bakuma. He deserves a sub.
X, Y, and Z points in space. Whenever we want to apply transformation, rotate, scale, translate, why are these transformations encoded in a 4x4 matrix? We use in computer graphics these ideas of matrices, right? So in our course, we have been seeing that we use a matrix, we multiply that matrix by our original points, our original vectors, and then this multiplication right here, we have things like we can scale those vectors, we can rotate things, we can translate them around, and all these transformations on our original points, they happen by multiplying a matrix, right? So we have this matrix that we multiply by each one of our little dots, and we know that depending on the values that we populate on this little matrix right here, whenever we multiply, we're going to perform a scale, rotation, or a translation in our original vector. All good so far? Right, but the thing is, I told you also, and we also saw whenever we were coding our 3D renderer, that this matrix right here, we use a 4x4 matrix, and not a 3x3 matrix whenever we're multiplying by this original vector right here. And the reason why I took the liberty of recording this video is because I want to talk to you about the mathematical reason why we have to do that, but also I want to give you some intuition, right? So I want you to visualize, why do we have to use a 4x4 matrix and not a 3x3 matrix? And I'm going to give you a spoiler. If we were talking about these three important transformations, scale, rotation, and translation, scale, we could use a 3x3 matrix, that would be okay. Rotation as well, we could only use a 3x3 matrix, that would be okay. The only issue here is translation, right? Translation is the weird one out. So translation, we cannot simply use a 3x3 matrix to represent translation, right? So this is the one that I'm going to zoom in and try to explain why translation is a little bit weird, right? It's different than the others. So what I want to do right now is I want to pause and I want to zoom in into translation. Let's just look mathematically. What does it mean for us to multiply these things and translate x, y, and z, right? Our original vector, x, y, and z, translate by an amount in x, translate in y, and translate in z. So let's look at translation matrix. We know that our goal is we want to find a little matrix that if we multiply by our original point, x, y, and z, right? We have all these points of our mesh. And then if we multiply this matrix by every point, we want to translate all those points. We want to translate those vectors in our 3D scene. And I told you before that for us to be able to translate, do you agree that for us to translate something x, y, and z, we want to basically add something to x, add something to y, and add something to z? That is what translation means, right? I want to get those values and I want to offset by a certain amount. So I want to add something to x, add something to y, and add something to z. And if we stop and we look at how matrix multiplication works, we cannot achieve this x plus something, y plus something, and z plus something only with a 3x3 matrix. We need an extra set of components to this matrix. So we are going to have to use a 4x4 matrix, okay? And also, we know that one of the rules of matrix multiplication is we cannot multiply a 4 by 4 matrix by a 3 by 1 matrix. So we are going to have to add an extra little component here. So we need a 4 by 4 matrix to represent translation, right? Translation is the odd one out. And I am going to have to expand. And instead of having the original values, x, y, and z, now I have to have one more extra component, and it's going to be x, y, z, and I'm going to put a little neutral 1 there to be our little fourth row. Right, so now that we have this 4 by 4 matrix and we have this extra little component for us to be able to multiply this matrix, we need to understand that if we open this multiplication between this little black box and our vector, this is what we get. I can populate on this last column right here, on these values, I can add a little translate x, translate y, and translate z values, right? So these are going to be numbers that I can say how much I want to translate in x, how much I want to add in x, how much I want to add in y, and how much I want to add.
So this is important. So I need to make a key. I have scratch paper here in front of me. I was going to be cutting these out for some card nonsense I was doing for my Yu-Gi-Oh friends, but I'm going to use the scratch paper. So now we have my notes. So X, Y, Z, and the number 1, right? And then TX, TY, TZ for these top 3. So that is the translate X by what, translate Y by what, translate Z by what.
Add in Z. So if this thing right here, if I keep the identity matrix with 1s in the
So does that mean these can't just be 1s and 0s? Huh.
diagonal, and I add on this last column here the little amount that I want to add to x, y, and z. If I open the multiplication, it's very clear why this works, because remember that matrix multiplication is I get the row times the column, and then the row times the column.
Spike's trying to tell me an explanation on top of this. You can represent what you want as a product of 3 matrices. First matrix taking the object texture to the origin, second matrix rotating it in place, and third taking it from the origin to its destination. That makes sense. The second matrix in the product will only be 1 zeros and minus 1s. And the others will be translation matrices. Oh, because if I do a rotation in place, it will rotate about the origin? Is that what you're telling me? So I need to move it to the origin first, then rotate it, then move it back? I hate that, but it makes sense. Okay.
The row times the column, right? I have the little multiplication between rows and columns, and I already expanded here, and you can see that this is the result, right? So if we look at the first row, 1 times x plus 0 times y plus 0 times z plus tx times 1. This is the result of the first row. So x plus 0 plus 0 plus tx. Do you agree that this is x plus the little tx offset? So
okay. So 1, 1, 1, 1. That's necessary for it to connect to itself. I'm making notes.
We could achieve these results by adding
so I have a guide for when I'm doing all the coding.
Is by having this extra column here at the end. And this is one of the reasons mathematically why we have to have this extra component, why we have to add this extra little column to our original matrix. Okay? And if you see here, it's going to kind of follow the same idea, right? So since we have 1, 1, 1 in diagonal, the second row is going to be 0 times x plus 1 times y. You see how now we are considering the y? Plus 0 times z plus ty times 1. So this.
Oh, so it's just moving each one over. Yeah, it's just. And that's why the 1's there, is because it's 1 times tx, 1 times ty, 1 times tz, 1 times... Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And then it ends up adding the rows
This
together.
is the result right here. 0 plus y plus 0 plus ty. So this is effectively y plus ty. So I add something to my ty. You see where we're getting? This is mathematically why we had to go by the idea of matrix multiplication. The only way that this would work, right, that we can add these values is because we have to add this extra little component, so we add something to the last tx, ty, and tc. So if you kind of open all these things, and I'm just keeping the one neutral here because we need to keep the neutral one at the end. If we just open this thing, the result of this multiplication, if we open everything and multiply, we get at the end the original x plus how much I want to translate in x, the original y plus how much I want to translate in y, and the original z plus how much I want to translate in that thing, right? And then, of course...
Small pause, go back here. It has a set matrix at... Negatively scaled matrices are not supported. What is a negatively scaled matrice? Before I get too deep into the weeds. Stop. Fucking. What is a negatively scaled matrix? So I can't include negative scale factors. So I have to do everything with positives, so I have to rotate it 180 and then translate it, I guess. Oh, right, it just reflects to the origin. Okay, that's fine. I don't need that. You could do everything without that.
The one, we keep that one extra because this is the thing, right? Since now we're multiplying...
I do not need
4 by
negative
4 matrix
scaling.
by 4 by 1 matrix, we are going to have a little vector 4 with 4 components, x, y, z, and you will see people call this thing the w. So x, y, z, and this extra one right here. The output, right, the result of this multiplication is going to be a vec4. It's going to be a vector of 4 components. And you're going to see that people call this thing, it's part of these ideas of homogeneous coordinates, right? And homogeneous coordinates, this vector 4, they're going to be all over whenever we are going to start working with matrices, projection in 3D computer graphics. But look, this thing right here is the mathematical reason why we need a 4 by 4 matrix, right? Because if we understand that the only way that we can actually get and add something at the end is by adding this extra column with 1 here at the end with these little factors, tx, ty, and tz.
Right, because otherwise it would interfere with one of the center 3, which allows you to maintain x, y, and z to be the same before you add the scale. Okay, for the translation.
In matrix multiplication, this is mathematically why we need to have a matrix 4 by 4.
That makes sense.
That is not the only thing I want to explain here. I want to, besides having the mathematical explanation of opening the matrix multiplication, I want to also create some sort of intuition, right? Some geometrical explanation of why we have this 4 by 4 matrix as well. Right? I want to explain, using this kind of visual approach, what is the reason why we have this 4 by 4 matrix. And look, this is going to be super cool. So let's go back a little bit and let's talk about these ideas of linear transformation. Remember when I said these things about scaling vectors, rotating vectors, and translating vectors? Look, we are using these ideas of linear transformation, right? And remember that from mathematics, linear transformations, they are that thing that we can apply to vectors, we can apply to these linear values, and we are effectively using matrices to represent these linear transformations. Remember that we have these matrices, and then these matrices, they are the ones responsible for applying scaling, rotation, translation, and etc., right? These linear transformations. So look at what it says there. It says, matrices define a space as an orthogonal basis with respect to the origin. And that is a mouthful sentence, but basically what this means is, matrices, they apply the transformations, but everything is with respect to the origin. We cannot change the origin, our center, right? So look at this. Do you agree that rotation, whenever we rotate things, right, this thing right here, when we rotate those points and we apply the transformation, do you agree that the origin doesn't change, right? So if I go and I rotate things, my origin stays there, right, in the center.
Yeah.
Of course, 0 times 0 has to be 0. So this is, of course, a pure linear transformation. So rotation is indeed a linear transformation. What about scaling? Well, scaling, of course, it is as well linear transformation because, again, we start with lines, we end up with lines, and we also have that center, right? We don't change anything. Everything is this orthogonal basis with the center unchanged. So I go and I scale things up and down, but the origin is still always there. The problem is translation, right? So translation, it is not a linear transformation, right? And look, I have been calling translation linear transformation before in the course, but I was basically lying to you, right? Translation, it is a weird one. It is not linear transformation. Because the translation, if we translate those vectors around, we're going to change the origin, right? The origin keeps the same, but the object changes the position. So that is a little problem. And this is one of the reasons why we cannot have a simple 3x3 matrix to represent translation. This is one of the explanations, right? Geometrically, this is one of the explanations why we need a 4x4 matrix. But I want to go even further, right? I want to explain why do we have these ideas. And for that, I want to give an example. I need to talk to you about something else. So I created here a little applet, right? A just simple applet using the browser. So this is the thing. If we have this little set of vertices, right? I have 4 vertices, 1, 2, 3, 4. They are all in these x and y positions. And then, look, if I...
So what I need from him now, like the main things I'm waiting for, are how rotation works and how scaling works. Because if I just know how rotation works and how scaling works from here, just from this base explanation, I think I can do everything. Because I don't know which of these aligns with what on my little guide yet. Haven't actually shown you what my guide looks like. But once I have that, it shouldn't be too bad. But I just need to know how rotation works in a 4x4 matrix for the vector. And then I can do everything. Man.
Come here, and if I perform a rotation, we agree that my origin stays the same, right? So everything is changing. I rotate my things by a certain angle, right? I can also think about this, right? I'm performing a matrix multiplication, so I rotate by an angle, but my origin stays the same. That is rotation, right? If I want to perform scaling, kind of the same thing, right? I can scale things up and down, my origin stays the same.
You already said
it's not
this.
very popular, but we need to discuss, which is a pure linear transformation, because look at what happened whenever we have to shear things in our objects. This is the result of shearing. It's almost like I go and I skew things, right? So do you see the origin stays the same, right? This is at the center unchanged. So if I go here and but that is, why are we out? Very smart paper with you, right? This 2D piece of paper, and I want you to this thing. We're going to raise this problem and I want you to think about getting that piece of paper, and then we end up with this 3D. And whenever we are in 3D, I want you to think about offsetting this thing, right? I want you to think this cube, rectangular. Right now, is right. The result of a shear in 3D is basically a translation in our 2D space. So we start our problem in 2D, and for us to perform a translation in 2D, we're going to raise that problem 1 dimension. So we're going to go to 3D. We're going to perform a shearing, and then if we go back to 2D, that is indeed a translation, right? We basically translated something to the right. And look, the even cooler thing is this thing holds true for any dimension. So if we have a 3D problem, right? If we have 3D points and 3D vectors, we're going to raise this thing to the 4th dimension, and then we're going to perform a shear in the 4th dimension, and then when we come back, we have a translation in 3D. And if this is not the coolest thing you've heard this week,
no,
I don't know.
That is pretty cool. That makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, that's not what I need from you right now. I need to know how rotation works. Scaling is SX000. So, okay, so you scale Y. It's where the ones are, basically. First basis vector. Those words, I know first, I know basis, I know vector. I don't know what first basis vector means. So therefore, I would not know where the second basis vector is. Rotation is cosine A minus sine A theta, or sine A 0. Oh, cosine A in the first, negative sine A in the second. Okay. A being an angle. Which angle? Oh, it says you tell me to rotate XY, to rotate XZ, and to rotate YZ. I'm assuming the last one would be. Or you started with the YZ? Oh, YZ is the last one. Okay, I need to write those down. First column is where the first basis vector goes. Second column is where the second basis vector goes. And third column is where the third basis vector goes. For rotation about the origin, the last column will be 0, 0, 0, 1. And you're saying columns, so from... Okay. Alexander is actually giving me information that I can use a little bit. For some reason, his explanations are slightly making more sense. So, why is a basis vector 1, 0, 0, is zeros and ones? Is it just the direction? Like, that 1, 1, 0 means X, Y, or Z? Because that the basis vector explanation reminds me of normals. I don't explain anything, I just give out information. Fair enough. What is a base? Okay, we're going to Google that. A basis vector is a vector that is a basis for any fundamental building block for coordinate axes. Any vector within that space can be expressed as a unique letter combination of the basic vectors. Right, so they are 1x, 1y, and 1z, and then you put them into their... Yeah, that tracks. Okay. Because you're just adding increments in x, y, and z. But you don't assign that any of them x, y, or z? Okay. Alright, so back to the first column of the matrix is where the first basis vector goes. So when you're saying that, you mean 1, 0, 0, right? And we're talking about translation? And then the next one 0, 1, 0, and the next one 0, 0, 1. And then that corresponds to the xyz of the current vector when we actually do the matrix multiplication. Is that what you're saying? I'm not talking about translation. Okay. But so scaling is scale x, scale y, scale 0, where we're putting it in we replace the ones with the scale factors in these first 3 rows. I'm holding up a piece of paper and it's not even properly on screen. Let me pull this up. Do. doop, doop, doop. X, Y, Z, 1, and then this is the translation of X, the translation of Y, the translation of Z. This is always a 1, and this is the scale of X, the scale of Y, and the scale of Z. Because you could do both of these at once without a whole lot of interference. So you could do scale and translation on the same one with zero issue, right? But rotation had 3 different ones. So if I wanted to translate something back to the origin, I would just make this translate x equal to negative x, translate y equal to negative y, translate z equal to negative z. Do all the rotations and then add back x, y, and z. Which is 2 sets of matrix multiplication. Not a huge deal. But let's make a new one of these and look at rotation. So same thing as before. Boop, 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 boop. My mouse got caught up, so that one's not straight. Doop, doop, doop. Okay. X, Y, Z, 1. Good old W. And so you're saying this is cosine. So the very first one was XY plane. So rotating to rotate the XY plane. So about the Z axis. X, Y, Z. So we would be rotating this way or this way at an angle. So X, Y, Z. We'd be rotating this way. Which of those ways is considered positive? Normally, positive angle would be you take the XZ plane and vertical from that this way. So this would be positive? Yeah. Yeah. This way is positive. That is the angle. So if I rotate it 90 degrees... Oh, so I'm only going to have to apply 3 total rotations for my square. Everything else is translations. I'm going to have to rotate it 90 degrees this way once, 90 degrees this way once, and then... Oh, and then I don't have to rotate the other one because it's already there. So I only need 2 rotations applied to 2 of the faces, and then everything else is translation. That's not that bad. Okay, follow up. Where do I have to rotate it? Once along XY, once along ZY, YZ. Right? Because it's once about the x-axis and once about the z-axis. If I did y-axis, nothing would change. So don't rotate on xz. In 2D, everything rotates about the z-axis, which doesn't exist. Rotating about an axis is bad intuition. I think about things in 3D space all the time, so that just works for me. So I need to do an XY rotation and a YZ rotation. Let me go back to that. So XY, that was cosine A negative sine A. 0, 0. This one is sine A cosine A 0, 0. And then 0, 1, 0, 0? No, wait, no, I'm mixing them up. 0, 0, 1, 0. Okay, that makes more sense. 0, 0, 1, 0, and then the last one is 0, 0, 0, 1. Cool, because we're scaling normally. Cosine A, yeah, okay. And this one was for specifically X, Y, and then last one, woohoo. We'll leave this one blank because I don't need it. We'll also leave the zeros somewhat blank. YZ is the one I actually need, which is that last one. So it's just ones and zeros all the way across to start with, and then 0 cosine A negative sine A 0. That is the worst I that I've done this whole time. And then next part is 0 sine A cosine A 0, and then 0, 0, 0, 1. Oh. It rhymes. The cosine went in the one spots again. Neat. Was the top one negative? Both times. Okay. This is so bad. My handwriting got progressively worse the whole time I was doing that. Well, I say handwriting, I'm using a mouse. In general, linear transformation space is completely determined by where it sends the three basis vectors, and matrix is just writing down where each one goes. Fair enough. Alright, so everything I'm doing is with 90 degrees. So, if I'm only rotating 90 degrees, this one cosine A, what's cosine 90 degrees? X value 0. Negative, so that means that these will be negative 1, 1. Okay. Freaking. So this one will be negative 1, this one will be 1, this one will be 0. Okay. And this was ZY. So exact same little 2 by 2. So 0, 0, negative 1, 1. Okay. and that will be my rotations, and then I will have to fight with this a little bit, but these will be easy enough. Okay, that's not bad. Truthfully, it doesn't matter if it's plus 90 or minus 90, because I'm flipping a symmetrical square. Oh, hold on. No, it might matter. So, the reason it might matter actually has to do with 3JS. So we're going to look at plane geometry real quick. So in plane geometry, you see how this side is rendered. If I rotate this, both sides are rendered, right? But you can set it when you're spawning it in. Yeah, see this side equals 3 dot double side? That's why it's like this. If I don't do that, and it just has a color, oh, it's not letting me edit it directly. Yeah, so 3 dot double side. Let me look at double side. Because it might only render on one side, not the other, from the camera. So you literally won't see it if you're looking at it from the bottom. That's true even in the current scene. If I go below this plane here, you won't see anything from the bottom. And the same when you're inside of a box or looking at this from underneath. See, you don't see it from this side, but you do when you're above it. Just because of where the camera is, you see it and then you don't. So if I rotate it and just rotate it right now and then try to use it and only do translations rather than doing all 6 rotations, it won't work. However, I'm going to look at double side. Why aren't you doing that? Let's go look at buffer geometry. Hey, look. Vertices. I'm trying to find the source of buffer geometry. Or not buffer geometry, the source of this part. Side 3 dot double side. Alright, so constructor. Oh, it's the material that determines if it's double-sided. Okay. Yeah, the side, 3 dot double side. Determines which side of the faces will be rendered, front, back, or both default as front side. So if I just make a double side, it makes my math easier. Is that going to have a performance load? I'm worried it'll have the performance load if I do that. Am I allowed to take shortcuts? No, I don't think I am. So I would have to swap. It's not that huge a deal. It just means that when I do this, that I'm gonna, for one of them, have to swap this 1 and -1 for this one and this one. And then also do a rotate math.py on the original by 1. Okay. Okay. It's still gonna be front side. That also lets you go inside of everything and be able to see outward, which is... There's no reason I can think of to not use double side. It technically renders more if I use double side. It's just a runtime thing for what's visible and what's not. It's a small optimization, but... And it also, there's no limitation on where the camera can go. So you would just go inside of a block and not be able to see anything with double side on? Is that actually true, or are you just assuming that? It is an educated assumption, but it is an assumption. So I need to check. You're right. So I need to find side. So let's go mesh basic material. And look at side. Because we're trying to go far enough back that we actually get an explanation on whether or not that's true. Because the documentation should have it. Maybe it'll be in the manual instead. Oh. It just defines which side of the face will be rendered. Because the idea is, hey, if you're rendering both sides, it means you're rendering more, and therefore would slow stuff down. That's the logic. Yeah. That is true. That tracks with what I understand, Spike. Again, it's not that hard to do all this with just front side. I just don't know if it's necessary. It's also, I do think that doing front side will make it easier on the user if, on the player, if the game creator makes a really complex map, right? Because then you can go inside of stuff and be able to look in all directions and see stuff through things. And it improves your vision if your camera goes inside of an object, right? Because that object is no longer obstructing your view. Meanwhile, if double sight is on, that object will still be obstructing your view. Of course, we already have, like, we're going to have to make it possible at some point, not in the MVP, to make parts of your map toggle visibility, but okay. we'll just use front side for everything. Let's start doing these rotations to the originals. We're going to start by only doing the rotations. So let me make the matrices. Matrix, not capitalizing. Matrix bottom. So I have a habit, and you guys will quickly learn it, where I use a detailed frickin' variable name. So I end up typing more. You guys will get used to that. Rotate matrix east. And then we'll just copy this one for the other 4 north, south, west. Don't need to do that anymore. So we'll do roll over mesh dot set matrix at 0 will be the normal one, so this will be 1, so this is the bottom. Oh, frick. So 180 about, which one do I need to do? Does it matter as long as it's rotating 180? It just needs to not be about the Y. So either of these would work. Cosine is -1, so it would be -1, 0, 0, -1. First of all, I actually have to make the matrix bottom, but we're going to put it here. Oh, right, I have to scale it to the origin first. Otherwise, it's going to rotate about the origin, which is not what we want at all. Okay. Rotate me. Rotate me. Just violently. Really fast. I'll be fine. I need water. I'll be right back. Just do both. Yeah, I will do both. But it's going to be sequenced. I'm going to scale them all to the origin, scale them back. Or scale them all to the origin, rotate all of them, scale them all back. And I'm going to do it all at once, set update equal to true, which will physically update the location, not just the matrix value. And then You're right, I can do both at once. Does that screw up in any way? Like, yeah, I need X, Y, and Z to be 0 for the rotate to work correctly. So doing both at once sounds like it won't work. It would probably be faster computation if you did the matrix multiplication by hand and then just put the product into the code as a single matrix so the computer only needs to do one multiplication. Right. This is true. I also realize I'm putting it in the wrong spot in the code. It needs to be when I'm actually making the rollover mesh. So let's take this and go all the way up to the initial rollover mesh once we make it an instanced mesh. Right here. So that needs to go here. So when you say do things by hand, time to calculate matrix multiplication. It's not easy, but I'm grateful I'm not calculating parameter integrals now. This is what I get for picking up a project that attracts people who are really smart. I mean, I prefer these people to most of the others, so I'll be right back. I'm getting water, and then I'm going to figure out that. My cup is no longer up here. Alright, I'm back, boys. If you just created 3 different squares, one for each orientation, and translated them as necessary instead of rotating a single square, that would mean I don't have to use matrices at all. The only problem with that, I would have to use exactly a translation matrix on that. Because the 3 square option still needs... I can set the position of the base before the transform, but in order to separate the instances of the 2 squares, I have to use a matrix because of the way the code is set up. So if I'm doing an instance mesh, it will set the position when I'm doing things without matrices for each individual one, where I could just set the y value equal to something, basically, and I've just been doing a reference y for everything. But if I'm... For those 2 squares, I just gotta separate them. And the other issue is I can't... I also would need to set them to double side. Unless I... Because when I rotate them without using a matrix, it also does both instances. It might also be computationally less intense in that case to do 6 squares. 6 separate squares instead of instance squares. And then I can do everything without matrices. So we move it negative tx, negative ty, negative tz in order to translate it to the origin. So it's just negative x, negative y, negative z. Why is there a 2? Oh, because that's the second step. Rotate it on the xy plane, rotate it on the yz plane, move it, and then move it back. Yeah, that's everything in order. That's right, Alexander. So the reason I have to use matrices is because I am using, where is it? Instance mesh. Right, I'll even show you where in the code. Here. And making 6 instances of this same mesh. And then with the instance mesh, it oh, I'm stupid. I actually can't even use instance mesh for this. I just have to do a normal mesh basic or mesh standard. The reason I have to do a normal one is because I'm instancing it. It will always spawn all 6, which is still the problem. I need to not spawn all 6 all the time. So it doesn't solve the original problem to do things this way. Which means I don't have to use the instance only fucking set matrix at, which is how you transform an individual matrix. Or an individual instance, rather than all of the instances. Hi, I calculated the matrix. Thanks. glad we could stretch your brain. Can I see it? I'm curious. It turns out that we both don't need it and can't use it, but I want to see it. Well, we can use it, but we don't have to use it. Huh. Weird. Thanks. I'm not gonna lie. After realizing that I can't use the instance mesh and therefore don't have to use this, my head is spinning. I need a moment. Up to you to do it normally with this thingamajig. Let me at least take a screenshot of it. Do 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 do. Okay. Why are you doing all four of them? You should either rotate one plane or the other, not both. All right, it's floor time. We need a moment to collect ourselves. Okay. So the next thing I will be doing is uninstancing my mesh and having... Can I just do one mesh and then just spawn it multiple times? Probably. I could just make a copy of it. I don't know if that works. I'll try it with just the one mesh and just make it a... we'll see how it goes. No, I totally can, because that's how I was doing it when I was spawning the blocks. Man. So I'll undo the instance mesh and make it a normal mesh. And then go back to normal frickin' moving it around. Oh wait. Rotate math.pi defaults to a certain axis. I think it's the z-axis. I might still need a matrix in order to rotate appropriately. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because the way... So I can translate fine, but rotation is more difficult. Well, if I'm not doing an instance mesh, how do I rotate the geometry? Hold on. We need to get back into the stuff. Why did everyone join right now? Hello, everybody. Frickin'. Hi, Stefan. So, what I'm looking at now inside of the geometry, let me just look up the word rotate. Nope, that's not going to help me. Let's look at plane geometry. So, I'm trying to figure out what this thing I did. Oh, dot rotate X. I pick an axis. So I can do this without the matrix. Yeah, it will just be rotate Z or rotate X, my choice. Remove my matrix, it's wrong. You got it, boss. So floor time is just recollecting and getting back into everything, which it needed to happen at that point. Turns out software does think about programmers. Yeah, turns out. Alright, let's start doing things. Down. I'm scrolling up real quick to verify that I just do 3.mesh. Yeah, it's 3.mesh. Perfect. Okay. And that means I have to backspace that. So we have the rollover material, we have the rollover geometry, which is just spaceplane. Just nice. Oh, hold on. Right, because I made it the new plane geometry. Okay, that's reasonable. Alright. so rollover geometry is equal to spaceplane. Material is this. Now we have the mesh. Now we add the rollover mesh. Alright, so now if I go back and actually test this, build, click, add spaces, why is it still 6? I didn't control F5. Did I? Did I control S? Oh, it broke. Rotate May. God damn it. I was in the middle of working on it. Right here. And I don't need the matrix stuff at all. Alright, so I click this, and boom, we have the normal plane again. Good night, Mentos. So the first thing we actually need to do is spawn 6 more of these squares. And then we can start rotating them. Now that we've done it in a way that will actually work for me, so we need to spawn 6 more of these squares and only do it hold on. When am I spawning this? Rollover mesh position. When is rollover mesh position time? Switch active tool grid builder rollover mesh visible rollover mesh position. So it's actually updating the position every goddamn frame. I need to write down and plan this out on pencil and paper. And then, like, work it out. And then, once I actually know what I'm doing, put it together. Because right now I'm bouncing between finding small problems like, oh wait, no, that won't work because of this. Oh wait, that won't work because of this. Oh wait, that won't work because of this. I need to write it all out instead of scrolling through, what is this, freaking 600 lines of code. It's not too many. So I will sit down and do that tomorrow. For now, let's play Satisfactory or something. Oh. Some streamception for a moment. Oh, I need this not to be open and this not to be open while Satisfactory is open. Because they try to pull from the GPU at the same time. And my Satisfactory game, turns out, a lot happens. when you're this late game on this thing. Oh. Guess we'll do this one. That's application, video capture, display capture, window capture. There we go. Perfect. Switching from more complicated math to less complicated math? Exactly. But this tickles my brain much better. It makes me feel smart to do lots of not complicated math. And right now I need to feel smart. Speaking of which, let's open this up and get the stream music going. Check that the volume's correct. 22. This all the way down almost. Shuffle play. Alright. Where was I? Oh yeah. Now we get to feel cool as well. Hi, drone. You're the guy making your ideas a reality. It takes a lot of resolve to do that. I mean, finding resolve is easy when your food and shelter is taken care of. This stream comes to you sponsored by the US government. They pay me for existing. I forgot to change categories? True. Let's do that real quick. This song is too hype for what we're doing. That one's also pretty hype. I probably need different stream musics. Is my stream actually showing my gameplay? Because it looks like it's not. What is wrong with this? I guess we'll do the center one. Yeah, now it's working. And then follow up, you said I needed to update my stream category? Sure. We'll do that over here. Edit stream info. Satisfactory. It's American citizens paying me for existing? Why? Because I was in the military? Yes. I am retired military at 27. It was retired military at like 24. They just forced me to retire. Oh yeah, see this drone? Can I interact with just the drone? No, it won't let me. I wanted to show you guys. I'm literally powering it with my waste nuclear rods that I make from my power plant. Why did they force me? That sounds dumb. I could get into my psychiatric evaluation if you guys really want me to. But basically, I was deemed not fit for duty, but they also said it's their fault. So because they said it's their fault and I'm not fit for duty, I'm retired. That's the short answer. Okay, so we got the dark matter crystals coming out. So we need, let's look at this one, crystal oscillators coming in. So that's what I'll do now. I need 5 of those per minute? No, I need 4 of those per minute. Because I only need 4 of these for this, right? Yeah. So I need 4 crystal oscillators a minute. I'll do that. I guess there's no reason not to. I'll just do that over here. I'll put the crystal oscillator factory like literally right here. Oh, this makes 4. So now, or 2 now. So I'll do 1 more. How's the vibe wrong? I mean, if I'm okay with the copyright on it, on the VOD, I can, do more. This particular song I actually do really like, though. By do more, I mean specifically I can play copyrighted music just to hang out. Yeah, and that can go there. No reason not to. Alright. Now this needs quartz cable and reinforced iron plate. I guess I'll do the quartz crystal first. The problem is I don't think that there's any quartz nearby. Let's double check that real quick. Yeah, but that's already tapped. Time to actually look at how much is being pulled out of it, because it might barely be being tapped. I think that's the only one? Yeah, that's the only one nearby. Oh, there's that. How far away is that? 2,500 meters? Pretty far. I'd probably have to fly that in. Is it physically in here? Or is it up top or something? That's the sand. Is the quartz down there too? Oh, what's this? Is this oil or something? Water? Oh, it's water. Nice. That's actually kind of a big deal. Oh. So, for y'all's reference, this is a multiplayer world with me and my friends usually, but it's hosted on my computer. And it's just gotten to the point. Oh, that's funny. I think that's the intended use case for this too. It's gotten to the point where my buddy can't load the world without his game crashing. Oh, so this is quartz. Nice. It also looks like this is completely stopped, which means looks tapped is actually untapped. Yeah. So we'll go to logistics. Yeah, this ain't moving. Okay. And furthermore, these are currently Mark 1s. Let's make these Mark 3s. Oh, this one's actually outputting. Up here. It's still a Mark 2. I'm still gonna make it a Mark 3. Power up here? Yeah. So this isn't going anywhere. So let's actually just cut this one off on its own for now, because I don't think I'm going to need that much. So this is just going up this way. Producing 240. Nice. Alright, so this quartz crystal producing 240 a minute and consuming none of it. Alright, so I'm just gonna... This is a merger? And we'll put a splitter off of this. And just head back for home base and figure out if 240 quartz is enough for what we need. Probably is. Oh, this already went all the way there. Where does this even go? Ah, Brady did this. You could tell because it intersects. Oh, it goes all the way. Oh, it goes to that factory. Okay. Okay. Well, that does mean I can split it off here. Alright, I'll delete the other stuff I did. Alright, and then that will go up here. And then this needs to be how much? 72 quartz crystal. 2 back. So this is 22.5. 45. 56.25. I keep forgetting I set this music playlist mostly when I was playing Jump King and getting over it, and I needed something to hype me up. This one works though. Cambrian Animals, the full album. Yeah, this is pretty good. Alright, so 22.5 plus 56.5, or 37.5 plus 56.25 is more than 72, which is all I needed. It might be more than 72 more than it needs to be, but it is at least the correct amount. Oh, right. Cool. Everyone feels like they are failing at what they're doing for some reason. And that's something I don't fully understand. Why is it that even I felt like I was failing at what I was doing not that long ago? I guess we all compare ourselves to the idea of what we think we're capable of. Like, I know technically on paper I could probably program for 12 hours a day. But I think as I am, I would lose my mind. But the argument is that you could become the person capable of that by trying to be capable of that. And then we all try to hold ourselves to that standard. So it doesn't even really matter what it is. Is this less than 240? 37. Oh, this is 22.5. Okay. And then 93. Yeah, that's less than 240. So cable. Need 28, 56 cable a minute. Cable. I said 56. Boom. So, the trouble I always come into is, why do it? Why do the hard thing? And truthfully, there's no reason that I can come up with that makes legitimate sense all the way down. So, why program the website? Because I said I would. And some people would end it there. Why did I say it would? Pride? Is pride a worthwhile reason to do something? Some would say yes, and end it there. But I'm the type of person that keeps asking why all the way down, you know? And I end up at, like, it's good to have pride because you need to build yourself up. Do you actually need to build yourself up? Why would you need to build yourself up? The conclusion I generally keep coming to is just do it anyway. You only get one life. You're the one who has to live with the regrets. Just make what you need to make. Do what you gotta do. This needs 120 wire? That uses iron. I also have copper about. Alright, so the copper one's more efficient this way. I do know there's enough copper nearby. So that would be 60, so just 2 of these. And then I need 60 copper ingots. Okay. $60 copper ore. Those other two aren't moving, this one is. I guess I could just go off of this one then. Alright, how much are you using? Producing 600, consuming, looks like 240. I only need 60, so I could just make a branch off of this if it works. It looks like it's just 240 straight up. which is nice. Yeah, I can assume it is. It hasn't changed at all. Where does this go in for the splitting? Yeah, because this is actually already connected into stuff, isn't it? It is. Neat. I guess I'll do the splitter off of here. Goes in the floor hole. It goes into floor hole. This is technically the first playthrough I'm going to be quote unquote finishing, so I don't mind being a little bit more lax with how pretty everything looks. But I have really been considering like speed runs. Like I think your default starter category would be something like Milestone 1. You know, starting from nothing to milestone 1 would be your like your starter speed run, and then you would keep building up, finish milestone 2, finish milestone 3. And then maybe there would also be 100%, but those would be really long speed runs, I think. But it's interesting that idea. I like that idea, so I still might do it, you know? Anyways, that should say calibrating, but be pretty much defaulting to 300. Oh, and it does come from here sometimes. Okay. Oh, 450. Okay. Well, luckily this is outputting 600. Yeah, it's still supplying enough. Okay. What's the last thing that these need? They have their quartz, they have their wire. Now they need RIP. Reinforced iron plate. Classic. That's an assembler item, right? Yeah, it is. I could just put the first one here and go from there. This makes 3 in 12 seconds, so it's just a 3x. It uses more bolts. So it consumes more bolts, but it makes 3 times as much. How many do I even need? Probably not many. 10? Yeah, I can get 10 with just the normal one. Okay. Now we need a splitter. People just hanging out and watching Satisfactory while they fall asleep. Welcome. I need iron plate and screws. Well, let's do the iron plate first. Oh, this isn't power. Whoops. Okay. I need 60 iron plate. That only gets me to 40, this gets me to 50. Alright, so I'll just do this plus one more constructor. Conveyor merger. Okay. And then these need iron ingots, but this will also need iron ingots. I'm going to use cast screws to make my life easier. I need 120 of them. So this gets me to 100. This will get me to 125, which is more than 120. It is in fact more than 120. Okay, and this needs 31.25 iron ingots. This needs 30, and this one needs 60. So 90, 121.25. Extra little bit, and then 60 more from the next one. Oh, that's... Yep. That's more than 121. So now this needs, what is that, 60, 75, 135 iron ore? Okay. Let's look at what's nearby. Hey, there's one. It's producing 480. It's consuming 0. It is very consistently consuming 0. Yeah, alright, so we're just gonna pull from this one. Is it already marked 5? It is. These are going up there. That's fine. I'll just make a splitter right here. And head over there. That intersects wrong. If I add one more, it'll be fine, right? Or is the issue just that they're too close? It might just be that they're too close. No. Now it's good. Yeah. Alright. And now the iron's going in, which now means the iron plate. Now the bolts. Piping. I'm thinking about the code again. I know no one's here. I'm thinking about the code again. Alright, well, the crystal oscillator factory is up and running. What's next? All-clad aluminum. That requires aluminum and copper. I don't have aluminum nearby. So I'm gonna have to fly in all-clad aluminum sheets. Oh, and this is just dropping off the frickin' cooling systems and fused mod frames. How are we looking on those, by the way? Still consuming all of both. That's going to take a while for that to resolve, but that's fine. Hey, there's the fused mod frame. Really? Only 5? Only 5 from the whole trip. You gave me 5 fused mod frames. That's literally going to last me 2.5 minutes. Probably 2 minutes on one, 3 on the other. Dude. Alright, I guess we're just going to follow this back. And both make it provide more fused mod frames. Where's this go? 'Cause this is Space City. Where's it supplied from? Hempacauya. Which is that way. Okay. We're just gonna head there. I haven't done this in a while. I'm gonna also scan a hard drive. Pure Deuterium alternate radio control unit. It just produces more Deuterium. I don't feel like I need that, but this could be interesting. Scan another hard drive. Okay, I do just remember where the fused mod frames come from, so I'm just gonna head over there. So it's consuming 2 per minute. So I need to make sure my current fused mod frame factory that's there is making at least 2 per minute, and then figure out why it's not. And honestly, because it comes in a big trip like that, I think I want slightly more than 2 per minute, so it accounts for like latency. Where's this one go? Hopefully it goes where I think it goes. But maybe this is a really long one. It's going to go past where I want. I mean, the factory I'm thinking of is like literally right over that way. About another 1,000 meters. Oh, it is taking me away. No, where am I going? Oh, no, this is exactly the pipeline to the factory I'm thinking of. Hell yeah. Perfect. Alright, yeah, you. You're supposed to be producing 3.75 a minute, but you're not. The reason you're not is you're not producing 3.75 heavy mod frames a minute. You're supposed to be producing 3.75 heavy mod frames a minute. The reason you're not is you're not producing what would that be? A third of 46? 15 mod frames a minute. Why are you not producing 15 mod frames a minute? You're producing 5 per minute, that's why. We're up to 12.5, which should get us over 2, but that means you need 18.75 reinforced iron plate and 350 screws. How many screws we got? Less than 350. Ah, fuck it. Let's just max out the screws and the reinforced iron plate. That. This also is supplying screws over here for this. How much rip does this need? 18.75 and it's receiving 10? Not sufficient. Let's double that. Those are rookie numbers. Gotta pump those numbers up. Alright, so now we're at the correct amount of that, which means we need how much more? We're at 120 iron plate. How much is this making? 60, so we gotta double that. Alright, so now we are consuming 180 iron. How much are we producing? 90. Gotta double it. Just gotta. And then let's go to the iron source. How much iron is this consuming? Actually a pretty decent bit. Let's go make sure that this is a 5 to start with. And then we're also going to max it up to the 780. Hey, dude. The radiation over here, huh? Okay, so that should have fixed the iron issue or that should have mostly fixed this part of the issue. I think I'm still going to be a bit behind on screws compared to what I need, but it should be working now. This guy is the main issue, right? He's receiving enough. It's just not fully spooled up. How much screws is this pumping out? 125. So 250, 500, 750. Oh, that's more than this conveyor belt can handle. Because this only goes up to 780, right? Yeah. Because this is 750 here, and that's another 125. Alright, that fixes that problem. Wait, how much is this consuming? 975? What the fuck? 975? I'm not making nearly enough screws. I literally can't supply that many. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. What the hell? All right. Whatever I'm doing is kind of working out, but it's based off of this 12.5 limit when I'm trying to get consume 46. Like, if I drop this down all the way to here, it will still consume the same amount and make the same amount. Because I just can't make enough mod frames on the current way I'm doing this. So how many is that? 3.75? That's more than plenty. Like, it's almost pointless to try bothering. And then 3.75 is pretty much exactly what this has? Okay. So I'm actually producing, what was that, 12.5? Yeah, 12.5 goes to here. It's 12.5 divided by 18.75. $18.75. 2/3. So 2/3 of 3.75. 3.75 divided by 3 times 2. 2.5. So this is making 2.5 fused mod frame a minute now. Okay, that's a number I can work with. That's a number I can work with. This needs to be a priority merger. Hold on. Otherwise this won't be done efficiently. Now it operates correctly. Per minute? 45 per minute. Okay. So that should fix that. Now, is this all clad aluminum sheets over here? No, this is heat sinks. Right. Okay. That makes sense. So I need more all clad. And I have bauxite up here. How much bauxite am I consuming a minute? That's a question. How much am I producing? How much am I consuming? Let's put a man up here too. Just because I'm gonna be diluted fuel? Oh. Neat. That's cool. I guess I'll just keep the hard drives on me. What's the worst that can happen? Uh, 245 range, 235. It's producing 480, so I have plenty of bauxite to spare. But if I'm going to be doing this, it will be. I'm going to do another nuclear powered drone. Yeah, no reason not to at this point. $216. Okay. I didn't check how much all clad I needed. Penis. Alright, I guess I'll just head back real quick. Get the exact amount of all clad, come back here, make the all clad factory, make the drone, set up the drone thing. Yeah, all of that jazz. Okay. So what we're going to be doing during the next stream is literally just sitting down in a Word document and doing pseudocode to plan out how this has to work. Let's go ahead and run a ad break real quick. No one's here. May as well. It helps new people. Alright. So how much all-clad aluminum was it that I needed? And it's specifically into this factory? Yeah, it's 45. I need 45. Okay, so if I need 45... So it's literally just 45 all-clad aluminum sheet per minute. It's not a huge deal. There's an argument that I should pipe it in manually with a conveyor belt instead of doing the drone port shenanigans. But it is like 2,000 meters away. So it is a little frustrating to do things that way. I'm not sure which is correct. I mean, it's pretty far, but like, if we look at the map, right? The Hempakalia is like right here. This is right here. I think that's far enough I should drone it in. But to drone it in also means I have to go to either this one or this one to get nuclear fuel and then pipe it in. Because I have those are my two nuclear waste disposal facilities. I am also wasting some of my nuclear stuff down here. This could be one drone port. That whole Coal Point Bravo, that could be one drone port, and then I'd be consuming a third less. But it's not like I'm hurting for plutonium fuel rods. Like, I'm just making them as a byproduct as my power generation. Alright. New factory. I'll just put it here. Could I also put it down here? No. That feels incorrect. Well, if I'm gonna drone it in, I think I should start with the drone port. Let's pick a color. This is an interesting color. Yeah, we'll do this baby blue for this whole factory. Why not? 45. And we'll do a little more for luck. Cool. So 60 all-clad aluminum sheets per minute. And that just goes in directly. This actually won't be bad at all. Let's name this one All Glad. Alright. Something somewhat catchy, somewhat easier to remember. Alright, so I need 20 copper ingot. Oh, that's more than 20, so we're good there. And then production, smelter. And then we'll do pure aluminum. How much does this need? 60. Nope. 60. Yep. Boop, boop. Bois. Interesting. So the potential downside of using plutonium and then piping it in via drone. So that's only an issue if I do the same drone port. If I use one of the existing drone ports. But if I make another drone port to pipe everything in, it's a non-issue. Because if this one gets backed up on the landing, it's fine. So what I was looking at was the potential of drone is landed here with fuel, and it's backed all the way up to here because it has completely filled this. So it's not going. So the other one's just hovering above, going in a circle, waiting for this one to leave, but this one isn't leaving because it isn't going. But if I just make one more drone port to be the input, this one can be backed up all at once, and it won't get in the way of the other one leaving. So this is just all glad fuel. And then this one doesn't need a drone either. And this is literally just, it doesn't even need fuel. It just receives a drone for the input. Oh, that's the, right. Ta-da. Alright, and then let's make everything pretty. Nice. Let's grab some copper ore. Are either of these copper? Hey, this one's copper. Floor hole. It goes in the floor hole. It's, yeah, I end up with like these weird stems that I just say over and over again while I'm doing this. The last one was, it's a merger. It mergs. How dare you? Did I tell you you could be blue? I told your friend he could be blue, but not you. Hold on. Floor swatch, foundation swatch, that one. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. So that's the coal taken care of, or not the coal, the copper. And now I need a scrap refinery, aluminum scrap. And that will just go there. Aluminum scrap, yeah. How many does this even need? 120? Am I making enough scrap at one of the old ones that I can just pipe that in? This one isn't. Oh, is this one? Yeah, maybe. So this consumes 180 scrap. This is producing the full 360? The full 360. Yeah, I could just grab the scrap from here. How much water would that be producing then? 120? How much is this consuming? 120? Nope, now it is. This might not be receiving enough canisters in that case. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Yay. Yeah, that didn't take long for me to set up at all. Okay, now this needs fuel and a receiving port. Which one first? Let's secure fuel, I guess. Either way, I'm gonna do it by just hopping into... let's land both of these, since I'm done building over here. I was really hoping I'd be able to go all the way down without it doing the thing. Is it okay that it intersects there? Probably. It would bother me more if it intersected the pipe. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. This is such an awful spot for this. Okay, if I just go a little further, it'll be on land. Yeah. And not directly inside of these, which I can't move very easily. Nice. Alright, now that that's done, there's a lot of extra space over here, but it works. I mean, technically I should put a pillar over on this corner too. I guess I will. There's no reason not to. This is called All Glad Fuel, and then let's hop in the pipe and head back. Doop, doop. Zoop. There's no viewers, so I'll run an ad break. Then we manually fly over here. And then we get in that little pipe. And then we'll be up there by the plutonium fuel rods. And then, and only then, we will pipe it over. I think technically, yeah, the huh. Interesting. I'm thinking about the 3 hover drone port thing. Knowing that that is an issue, and that I'm consuming 3 times the amount of plutonium fuel rods as I need to in that case, is bothering me. It really shouldn't, but it is. And I'm also thinking about the fact that it can get backed up because I'm producing plutonium fuel rods faster than that is consuming them, and it's being piped into one of the other drone ports. So I'm noticing several things I did wrong with that exact one. Is this working? In theory, yes. Yeah, it is. Real quick, let's check the power. Production 86,000. Yeah, that's fine. It's more than fine. Okay, so this... It is technically going into here. Right. Okay, I see what's happening. I don't have the build-up backlog like I did at the other facility. Drone port 19, that works. This port destination, all glad fuel. And then it'll come out of here to a splitter. And then that split will go both into the intake and to the fuel. And then I need a drone on it. And then because we're doing this theme for this factory, we may as well. Cool. And then that will be operational at some point in the relatively near future. As long as I remember to actually give it power. Man. Alright. Cool. Now we have nuclear fuel going into this, going over there. Oh, right. I need to actually make the destination drone port and then head back. Let's just actually take the pipeline down. It's faster. Oh, there's room for a drone port right here. Nice. That helps. Oh, the power's there. Perfect. Alright, so now I need to go back to the all-cloud aluminum factory and send the drone to drone port 20. Woohoo. Rustic industrial. Hello, radio control units. Hello, welcome. Oh, yeah. It's 2 a.m. We're having a good time. No, it's 4 a.m. Yep, that tracks. We're skipping this one. I can deal with a splinter though. Welcome, welcome. Hello. How you doing this fine 4 a.m.? It is the witching hour where I am. In fact, let me move my mic to be more in front of me. Yeah, there we go. Even better audio quality. And then it shoots me out. Then we immediately fly back up here. Because we just need this to deliver to drone port 20. That's it. That's all we needed. Now, at some point, this will receive fuel from the nuclear facility, and then that fuel will run everything. Perfection. Cool. So while that's getting spooled up and just making the all-cloud sheets we need, we can work on the next part of the factory. That technically means we now have the oscillator. Yeah, we now have the superposition oscillator factory online, now that that's there. Sweet. Kind of nice to have a new factory up and running, huh? Oh. Oh, it's already here. Oh, nice. So it's waiting on what? Dark matter crystal? Oh, right. And that won't be a thing until this one is online, because this one doesn't need dark matter crystal. So I need the neural quantum processor factory to be online in order for the superposition oscillator factory to be online, because it needs the dark matter crystal. Okay, I understand. That's all right. That makes sense. Man, do I just have dark matter crystals? Yeah, I'll just throw some in there, because that will get its own wheels spinning just a little bit. Is it self-sustaining to make all of its own crystals? That's a question. 125 will produce whatever 5/6 of 30 is, so 25. 25 of these. 25 is less than 30. Okay. So it makes 25, and then it'll okay. So it will feed back into itself, just not very well. It'll slowly spool down from that. Cool. And then, yeah. That will take a little bit to spool up. For us to have superposition oscillators. But we will. And it does. Wow. Look at that beam. Beam of light. Alright, what does this need? Time crystal? Alright. I have a time crystal factory nearby. Is that spooled all the way up? Let's go check. This is the time crystal factory. I needed 37.5 for that, if I recall. How much do you produce? A fuck ton less than 37.5. Jesus. Okay. So to make time crystal, we just need diamond? That's not too bad. I did it using limestone and sand. But if we just need diamond, how much do we need? So 12 makes 6, so it's 2 to 1. I need 37.5. I need 75 diamonds per minute. How much can I produce? 30, 60, 75. So one of these maxed out. Okay, it looks like we're going to be doing the thing that I've been kind of dreading, but not really. Come on, let me up. Let me up. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah, it froze. Oh. Alright, I guess. Technical difficulties. My satisfactory crash. Is there anything else I'm willing to play on my own? I mean, we could do balloons. Yeah, let's change the category. I'm willing to do like one round of balloons. We are switching to balloons because Satisfactory has crashed for the night. Also, hey. Why was I doing things this way? Who knows?
To follow it, but we didn't know where it
All
was
right.
going.
So the main thing I'm working on right now in balloons
And we couldn't do it with ears like these.
is this sapper, the pop 5 million fortified. So we're just gonna
If you like.
open up this map and start grinding through the basic stuff and go into free play and just keep going with it. The new bomb tower has been pretty alright for the Paragon. I grinded it up once, but I do just like this map in general. The Glue Gunner can solo pretty much the whole way through if you just give it a little bit of love with the hero, and that's all. 2 Mellows album intro is a little loud. So yeah, auto starts on, fast forward is on. We're just doing basic shit.
Welcome your new Alpha and Omega. On my worst behavior with the finest style and flavor. Face saver, rule maker, soothsayer, and bone breaker. Paper chaser, my fruits of labor. Always make you catch the vapor. So listen now and thank you later. I spit ink to fill your blank slate up. You're about to blink as I shake your face up. Can't escape the places that you made up. You won't play out, play no fake that I can play up. Villains beware. I'm spinning around in my chair, 180 in here. Rhythmic tear, making it clear. The terror ain't putting on airs. I'm running careers. Stunned solids with the sun in my stare. Truth to dare. I'm the pilgrimage to black roses. Strange shape beats that make you lose focus. Shallow lingering beside your locus. Spitting signals can make you wiggle. Tracks go plat and make a lot, so give it all back to the little. Hear it, but don't believe it like Cassandra. Pleading with me to have some sympathy for you goners. But me looking at you, I can't see that much sense in common. I suggest you should keep your honor and your whining. We talk about some real good futures. If I can make you believe the nicest cop will still shoot your nicest block, but still loot your shiny stock, taking it off the top, the jump off, disturb your cash flow, your sums off. And somebody been fucking with my check face. Your anger is misplaced, your angle is misjudged. You think it was just us, but it was your mistake. You just better trust us. You're already so late. Accept the fate. The scream, the rhythm, the break, the speaker, the shake, your life, the shape. I mold, I take, you wait. I create the race and the stakes vibrate. And from the top in the side of the drum, I build, you come, relate and hum. You play and stay and learn and stray. Attack, decay, release and make your escape. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Bring the rhythm to me. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Bring the rhythm to me. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Bring the rhythm to me. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Bring the rhythm to me. Bring the rhythm to me. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Bring the rhythm to me. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Bring the rhythm to me. 1 to the 2 to the 3. Bring the rhythm to me. 1. 1.
let's turn auto start off and actually plan some of this out. Okay. I can put up a super brittle. Yeah, I could do triple ice pretty easily. Put a super brittle and a slow storm right here. And then just stack it up with a recursive cluster on top of it. And then I still have room for a Desperado as well if I want. So the less so when more monkeys are in weapons range. So I put him far away from the track. So Deadeye. So I think I'm going top path. Okay, so just not this one. This one, okay, so these are all abilities. So we're not doing that. Okay, so yeah, we're going top path. But what are we comboing it with? We already have camo detection. Yeah, so top bottom even though we have stuff around. Cool. And then we just save up, farm a little bit. And then we'll, after we do farm, we'll upgrade the other three. These three alone will definitely be able to get to 100 just fine. So we are only farming until this one's done, and then we're gonna buy all of this. So we're just gonna hang out and listen to music. Let me see what this plus program thing is on Twitch. Oh, okay. That's not a huge deal. We don't have to worry about revenue for now. Pretty much the stream is just to keep me honest about my time usage. I will be live again tomorrow, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Eastern, somewhere around that. Probably 4 p.m., or not Eastern, Central. So, and I will be programming again. Well, pseudocode at the time, but eventually programming, hopefully. For now, I'm just trying to stay awake because I need to be consistently awake until about 5, 6 in the morning every day for the next 2 months. So I'll see you guys tomorrow morning for me at 4 p.m. This is a vibe. Too Mellow really knows how to make them. For people who... Yeah, let me go ahead and post my music playlist in chat real quick. That might just be this song, but figured you guys might like to know where it's from. And then this one will be 100,000? Yeah. So you just have to build up 100,000 now.
Subs in the trunk so you can feel the drums rattle down and shake constellations where I'm doing astral travel, spreading rhythm through the nation like I'm Janet. Catch me jamming to the vibe around your planet, even if it sounds like babble, I can get it through to you. Solar flares for your speaker box, ain't no EMP impeding me, it be in peaks to get you from A to B, beneficially trunk, fiction, trunk, fiction, trunk, fiction, trunk, fiction, trunk.
Alright. I'm gonna start thinking about the pseudocode stuff and just have a document off to the side. Alright. Not the whole screen, damn it. I just want top to bottom. There we go. Alright, so... Spawn... Okay, no. So, first thing... Check whether to spawn sides. Spawn sides. Position sides.
Rhythm started to just naturally fit itself into everything we had.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Don't know why I felt like I was overcomplicating it.
It just had a way of making you feel so centered, you know? I'll admit that I've done my own experiments. Taking it, synthesizing it into newer forms, but then going back and adding it to classics, untouchable, unimpeachable music. But it just feels better. It's an improvement. Everything's an improvement. It's all valid as long as you just stick to it, make it yours, and don't fuck up anybody's balance. Oh, maybe a little bit.
I love this song. Even not just listening to the whole album, I just love this song. Yep, that's 100. mean, there's no reason not to. How many do I need? 4? This one technically will have the best range once I do that. So this is the one that I'll build up. And now I'm just grinding for... Because I'm out of the money that I can gain on primary only. So we're just gonna sit here and grind up for the Paragon or die. Probably die. I just have a triple tier 5 ice, triple tier 5 bomb, and a glue gunner after all. That can get pretty far though. It's 7 tier 5s with a pretty decent amount of synergy between them. But it's weak to BADs because I invested so heavily in the ice monkeys. So, oh well, we'll see how it goes. Nah, we die here. No, it's actually doing pretty well. Yeah, we don't die here. But we're definitely not making it all the way to 510,000. Yeah. Oh, that's the end of that song. Okay. Oh, that's the end of the album. Alright. So what's up next? We may have to skip ahead on some of these. Do we just vibe to Rushy? No reason not to. Oh, it's a remix. Honestly, I might go back to programming. I don't know yet. I do want to finish out this run though. We're definitely not going to make it to 510,000 before we die. If we do, it'll be a happy surprise. Oh yeah, I could be cutting these out. Where's my scissors then? If I'm just going to be cutting these out. Here? Okay. Alright, 2 more blanks. That worked out remarkably well. Oh boy. Ah. Yeah, I thought so. Thanks for stopping by. I'm mostly just vibing. I'm using this to force myself to stay awake while being supervised. I use supervised loosely. It means I can't do stupid shit. I haven't talked about this much with my community, and they're probably not going to go this deep in the VOD to see it. I've been struggling pretty hard with behavioral addictions, so being live on Twitch helps me with that. Meanwhile, I'm just doing prep work for Tower. I don't know why I still decide that this is something I want to do. So, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. But it takes so much prep work to keep it running because every time the game is played, the tower is different. It's modified, it changes. People make decisions and that actively changes all the freaking cards. Not all of them, but like a lot of them. And it's like a 3+ player thing. It's like, I guess it's more like Mao than Yu-Gi-Oh in some ways, but it's still, it's a lot of work to maintain, you know? I spent a decent amount of time today maintaining it. Enough that I felt like I was wasting time. Which I wasn't, I just wasn't spending it the way I would consider responsibly, you know? Let's not cut my finger with the scissors. That seems like a bad idea. But yeah, I'm gonna be streaming pretty consistently moving forward, so. Thank you, stranger, for stopping by. Am I finally dead? Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm dead. Alright. That's the end of that run. I think it's also the end of my balloons for today, and I'll be swapping to something else. Alright, I guess we're closer on Zapper. And also closer to blackboarding 3 mines round. Let me figure out what I'm going to be doing next, because I need something to do for the next half hour before I go to sleep. I don't think it'll be balloons. I could play the viewfinder. Yeah, why not? At least that's more active. The audio for Viewfinder is actually pretty nice, so I think I'll just be playing that.
I find it fascinating. They're the solutions our minds can cultivate when given the space and motivation. They might not always be perfect, but they are special.
Nice.
The machine you're looking for, is that the only chance you have? The only solution your mind has decided upon? Huh. Then there's only forward, isn't there?
Thanks, Kate. Gato. Alright. So it says only forward. I guess I'm on to the next world then? Is that what it's saying? Yeah. I actually want to go do the optional levels on Aharon. So that goes all the way back home. I think I'm going to be 100% in this game. My water's empty. Alright, let's find that optional level that I haven't completed. Let's revisit. Yep, done that already. Done that already. Ah, there's the optional I didn't do. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Oh. I see. So you have to rewind to do this one. Well, unless you already know what you're doing. So the idea is I actually need to place it like this. And now I have this photo. Oh, what? Oh, okay. This one's gonna be weird. Because there's a photo on this one, which is going to go somewhere. It's a maze. Oh. Oh, it's... No way. No. Okay. So at least it's consistent. Oh, the branches led to the same spot. Found a duck! Woo. Yay, duck. Okay. Okay. So we're going to rewind to when I placed this, and we're also going to flip it over. Okay. I figured there would actually be something there. Alright, so the only thing there was a duck. So I actually need to go all the way back to here. Place it this way. Alright, what's on this one? Oh, what the hell? This feels different somehow. But it doesn't look different? I mean, there's not the duck here anymore. What in the world? I guess we can back up. We'll check to make sure there's nothing on the bottom again. Darn it, I can't see very well. I'll just place it almost vertically. I guess over here I'll be able to see if there's something on the bottom. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna go back and flip it again. Feels like I'm going in circles. Yeah, okay, so this is a loop. That's something I haven't tried. Let's place this upside down. Look at the bottom of it, side of it. Ah. It's just looping me. Maybe I'm missing something. It doesn't feel like it though, it just feels like it's looping me. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the beginning, see if I missed something. I mean, there's this out here, but that's just the same. Yeah. Alright, was there something else up here in this original room before I got into the loop? Oh. Doesn't look like it. What about up there? Is there something up there? Can't see. There's a slope over here I could climb. So this is how I actually made forward progress last time. Ah. So we'll do this, but slanted upward, and that will allow me, with a little bit of effort, to go on top of it. Ah. Okay. Is there something on the bottom of this? Hold on. If I do this way... Because the fact that it loops later makes me second guess everything. I think it's meant to. Man. There isn't a way. Or an easy way at least. Alright. Let's go back into the loops. Alright, so we pick this up. We do this way, it gets to the maze. We do this way. No, this way gets to the maze, this way gets to the loop. Then we jump into the maze. Let's actually explore this maze, since apparently we need to. And then the neat part is getting here organically gets us this staircase. This staircase lets us climb back up here. Oh. Which I guess if we do it right would let us up there? That's a thought. Okay, hold on. Let me do this, but deliberately less. Okay. Yeah. So now we can get up here. What does that get us? That gets us here. Oh, that's a thought. Is there something on the bottom side? No. Well, what's the point of being up here if there's nothing on the bottom? Are they actually the same? This one has waves. Alright, so that would let me up there. What about if I put it down here? That might let me get both? Is getting both the key? And then I climb back up here. With like one jump. Or not. And now I'm here. But now after having came from here. Oh. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I have 2 of the ducks. And that will let me set the filter later? Sweet. I think I would prefer warm over like cool and stuff. But I don't remember when, how I'll be able to mess with that. Hey, Kate. Ascend. Oh, this one rainy. Rainy, dreary, rainy.
It's different, isn't it? Mirren was passionate about her studies.
Oh, wow. Huh. I mean, yeah, let's try it. That feels neat. Sit. Alright, so I have 5 keys. Teleporter needs to be powered, needs 2. Hi, Kate.
I've been staring at the wall for hours. It's quite beautiful in the way that it imposes upon the sky. If you know where to look, you can already see that there will come a day when the blue skies we take for granted are gone, replaced by some other darker color. I know it in my heart of hearts. But there's something hopeful about that purple. At the very least, it's not red.
I can't figure out what's going on with the purple wall before his next visit. Then I'll have to explain to its unintentional nature. I don't know what I'll do if I... It's not a glitch. Somehow I engineered the purple wall, which means its unusual behavior is a simple matter of an unbalanced equation that needs balancing. There is always a cause for an effect, no matter how unforeseen. All that's happened here is that a number is out of place, and I will find it, and I will fix it. Okay. No, that's interesting. That tracks with what I know about the world as well. Let me up. Oh. I can sit here. Okay. Huh. All right. Time for the fun.
The
Oh.
structures back there, they eluded Mirren. Unusual things, but useful in their own way. I wonder how you'll navigate them.
What the fuck? Yeah, purple. Yeah, pretty. I know I did a negative filter. Oh. It appears to be spreading. I am not concerned. I see. Can't I just... Oh. I can't take picture of purple battery. Oh, that means I can just... Okay, first of all, I could just do... Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. This isn't too bad, though. I could just go around. For now. Yeah, this battery's purple, too. Okay. Purple.
You figured it out. Sure would have been impressed.
Sure she would have. That one seems... Oh, no. Oh, no. Everything is purple. I have 0 pictures and everything. Holy shit, this is huge, too. Oh, what? Oh. Oh, it changes as I walk. Oh, what the... Wow. That's one of the... It's a... It feels like a freaking... Oh, that's cool. Feels like I'm walking on a fractal. Oh. Interesting. So this wall is the only thing that isn't purple here. It has spread. I'm out of camera film, huh? Ah. Okay. I've acquired a few things. Hopefully there was nothing behind there I needed. Guess not. Alright, so now I need to look up until I find... Look up and down until I find it. Oh, the sound is so weird. This is wild. Whoa. Ooh. Leaves. And I still have cube. Oh. Violet air filtration architecture? Speculation. Ooh. I didn't beat the infection, I transformed it, making the violet work for me in ways that will change everything. I spent days playing with it like I did the first block set Mom gave me as a child. The kinematics of what I've created are mind-blowing. I've always told myself that people will only flock to you once your work truly pushes the boundaries of what they think is possible. With the violet, I think we can do that and more. We can show them how to build new realities with a substance that breathes like a living organism, replicates with all the elegant momentum of a machine, but doesn't destroy unless we want it to. I have to do big things with the violet. It's too monumental of a discovery not to put it to good use. Okay. God damn it.
This is incredible. The system is self-learning, ever-growing. It can be used to build
Wonder how we're gonna reach that
structures, new
teleporter.
buildings, supported on its own energy. This could truly help push the principles of my research to new heights. I need to show this to Haraya immediately.
What a fond memory. Mirren was so excited about her work. Ambition is an infectious thing. Ah, and there it is. Another brilliant workaround.
That's so cool.
Where's that ringing coming from?
You made it! I'm so happy. Nice work. You're near the end of this wild maze. At least, as far as I can tell. The weather disruptor must be around here somewhere. It's Mirren's life work, right? She must have stashed it away. Find it, and let's get you out of there.
The weather disruptor. Mirren's life's work. I see. Mirren and the others developed a lot of potential solutions for your current climate worries. I'm sure one will be useful. Yes, I'm sure.
Appreciate the view. You made this. You can master anything. Yeah. Broken. Revisit later. Also in here.
I'm sure you noticed by now, but using film was always Mirren's idea. One of her many passions.
You can swap between photos and camera using F. Okay. Speaking of which, I have 0 film. Okay. So I have this photo, which I can use to make a small bridge. But it will delete whatever it's pointing at, so I'll have to put it next to stuff. Oh, it's purple. I could just use it. Right, because it won't destroy it like it normally would. Forgive me, I have to use the in-game lingo. It's violet. Oh. Oh. That's elegant. Okay.
Ah, a perfect fit.
Yeah, it is.
Elegant solution.
It is. I agree. How high can we reach? Not even the sky can limit us. Pick up film. Now I can turn around, grab this. Turn forward. Get that.
Looking around me now almost feels like seeing into the future. How exciting! To think that one day our cities could look like this, could breathe like this. It's never too early to change the world.
Hi, Kate. Okay. This one now?
You remind me a lot of...
I remind you,
Mirren
Mirren?
always loved her research corners.
That's true. Your Discoveries will be published in a revised edition someday. Just sitting here. Useless junk for Ah Long to play with. Coffee. Needs to be powered. It's in the cage. Oh, right. I could just... Okay, so there's going to be normal batteries and I can put them in the cage. Object number 14, Violet Rise project. 17, Violet Rise. 32, Violet Rise. Okay.
All this work, I see now that it's only part of the solution. What we need is a grounded catalyst that can place full control over the atmosphere directly into our hands. A machine to offset the RISE project's nitrogen emissions. The missing piece of the puzzle that will bolster the architecture's weaknesses. Kate, can you archive this batch of results? I've a brilliant idea that I need to diagram.
Okay. So that's a real work. This might be the one. Object 14. Okay. Man, where battery? Ah, am I stuck? I've stuck to myself. If I actually just let myself fall, do I die? Oh, it auto rewinds. Okay. Oh, hold on. That's not. Oh. There's nothing there? Oh, this is purple. I thought it wasn't. Oh. Nope, we're good. Oh. Is that bug? No, it's just fluff. So interesting. Can I? Yeah, that does nothing. All right. So the stuff in the boxes is not the batteries. Man, and I was, oh, found it. This one needs 2? Oh, right. Neat. Oh, we're still in the level. Teleport needs to be powered, needs 1 battery. We're in a normal level. Well, there's purple somewhere, but I don't know what it is. Raindrop, raindrop. Building block set for Mirren. Should make for better molding tools than your photo developing chemicals. Hey, I sit. Hey, look, a painting. Nice.
Okay, I do have a first build. I can't say that I'm happy with how it's turned out, but it is a start. That counts for something. Okay, I'll run the test just to have the data. After that's done, we'll leave this workspace behind and begin again.
Neat. Oh. Okay, where's the bottom of this go? Right, okay.
Gift from Miranda.
Oh, oh, what the? Interesting. Can I get on top of this? Oh, the battery's purple too. Okay. That makes that easier. That means I can definitely do it if I could just get above it. Okay, so my idea of the solution doesn't work. That doesn't mean that there is no solution that works. Let me just see what is in this first of all. Jazz? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Alright, we're going exploring, I guess? Huh. I mean, I have 5. Yeah, this won't be too hard. I'll just...
Well done. I was wondering how you would tackle this solution.
It's pretty far down there, all things considered. I was hoping I could get to a spot high enough I'd be able to come back after. Oh, okay. Only one photo on this one. Ah, yes, it's doing the thing again. See you. Hi, Kate. Oh, I know what I can do. This is a funky one.
Wonderful solution. True freedom from constraints. I've been pondering about your search. I'm wondering, this weather disruptor? I know of it. If I'm right, then you're not too far away. Tell me, is this your solution to heal the world?
Despite the wonders of this complex machine, it doesn't solve the root problem of the increase in UV exposure and a decrease in oxygen output. It's a plaster on an open wound. I need to brainstorm further. Kate, can you note this annotation? I'm going to try something different. Actually, wait. Let's get a photo instead.
Collaboration always sparks innovation. You're collaborating too, with someone. The phone calls, they're lovely. I hope the two of you find your own sparks of innovation together too.
Safe to say the party was a success. Alwyn was right, as much as I hate to acknowledge his genius. I enjoyed myself, but there's still work to do. Kate, can you compile the solution submissions? I want to have a laugh going over them again later.
Might I whisper my answer instead? Haven't got a bloody clue, but do I get points for impressing you with poetry? To hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. Rotation must play a part. A sense of place is required. Imagination? Question mark? Not much of a guess. Imagination is a must for everything we make here. Close but no cigar. A fine quote. Points awarded. Cheeky. Oh. Alright, getting closer. I'll have it. If anyone can impress me with design talk, it's him. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Oh, this one's gonna be weird. I have 5 photos to figure this out. It's completely enclosed. Oh, I'm supposed to take a picture of the other thing and move it here. Okay, that makes sense. Hi, Pluto. Solving Mirren's puzzle. 4-sided cage. No way through top or bottom. Become a pencil. How does a pencil lift a battery? Critical flaw. Turn a battery into a pencil too. The brilliant Shaylung strikes again. Think we're in danger of losing the plot here. Thank you, Haraya. He continues to insist pencil idea has merit. Use the camera. Me. Shailong, no. Shailong and Haraya continue to refuse hints merit. We're gonna be here a while. At least they're having fun together. Or were. At some point. So, my idea is fairly simple. Is to take a picture of this from here. Make sure I get the full thing in frame. And then go over here and put it. So I need to set it up so that the battery is underneath. Yeah, exactly.
Onwards and upwards.
Oh. Is that the quote we're doing today?
Rather fond of this structure. It makes me feel tall. Higher and higher we go.
The outside place is rainy. Let me go take a look. I'm done with the negative. Let's try the night vision and see how I feel about it. It may be wet, but it is pretty. Some sort of airfoil. Is this all you could come up with? This is physics. This is also physics. Prototype 1. Prototype 4. One control needs more trials. Interesting. Optional challenge. Oh, this again? So what's the challenge? I only get 2 photos? I don't think I need that many. To be honest, I think I only need 1. Hey, look, Venus. Oh. Oh, night vision's freaky. Oh, the battery is also... I see. Oh, this one's weird. Okay. No, this is hard. So I have this. There's a second... Oh, I get it. Hold on. I need to get this underneath. Oh, okay. Hold on. Weird. Okay. Underestimate or overestimating how much gap I have there. I have basically no gap. I am gapless. Yeah, because no matter what, if I'm doing it at a slant, there will still be ground underneath the battery. And therefore the battery works fine. Okay, hold on. I need to think about this more. Huh. This... Okay, so if I... Oh. This is just me confusing myself. My bad. Oh, I need 4. 4? That only gets me 2. Okay. Alright, so I can take this picture. I have 2 sets of film. So that will double it for the first time. The first time it will double. But then I can only pull 2 out. Is there an extra film around here? A third one? It feels like there has to be a third film. I have the same problem with the film. I need 2 of them in place, but I use a film to create a film. But if I had just 1 more film, I could stack them. Basically infinitely. I could have infinite film very easily, but I don't. Well, I do, but I don't. You know? Oh, can I get both the extra film and the... I can. Then just back up a little bit. Both fall. And now we're here. What a clever solution. This actually produced even more batteries than I needed. I made 6. Cool. Painting. That's an interesting filter. I'm bored of the night vision. Let me try painting and then maybe warm. Let me look at this. Painting, huh? Let me try warm first. Ooh, I get 5. There's sound over here. Though her music is not to my taste, I must admit that Haraya is magnificent with her guitar. She promised to come by and play for us all here again. Alung was happy to see me excited, though I suspect we look forward to her next jam session for quite different reasons. He greatly enjoyed her song choices, but I was simply grateful for the way forward she inspired in me. Sound waves, acoustic vibrations to be precise. For some time now, I've struggled with how to resolve the distance issue, but sound can travel faster than light if we can sound can travel faster than light? If we can extend the right frequencies, then the atmosphere control can be ours. I have more tests to perform before sharing my theories with the others, but I haven't felt this invigorated since my first successful Violet build. Onwards and upwards.
It's brilliant. A great way to communicate.
And it's interesting, that's a sure.
Does this mean when I practice my guitar, you'll be able to give it a listen?
Let's not push it, all right?
Such a funny thing. Miriam shared with me that travels faster than light.
I don't think I believe you. Sound travels faster than light. That's not how that works. I don't understand why you would say such a thing. Oh well, in any case I get to do this now that I finished the puzzle.
Everyone deserves to have a bit of fun, even in the throes of work.
I sit. New day is signal frequencies.
A beat that just makes you want to get up and dance. And also power a teleport out of here.
Okay, simple enough. Oh, it's Violet.
Good to hear from you, bud. You've got to be close now. It must be coming up. Man, I wonder why they abandoned this place. Everything has been so bizarre. Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Go for gold.
This has to be it.
Mirren's
the
final
rods work to
project.
absorb weather conditions.
I had nearly
the
forgotten.
electronic output stimulates
I think-
carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen
Never mind.
molecules in the air.
You still have
assisting
some way to
promote
go.
rain or
Let's carry
snow.
on.
Oh, it's nearly perfect. Araya didn't believe I could get this far. Even Alueng doubted me. I just need a few more tests. Just a few more.
Simulated darkroom paper. Okay. Sound and vapor, sound and vapor, sound and vapor. Okay. Someone losing their mind finally? I mean, it'd be pretty easy in this place. It's not that bad, though. Mass flow rate, sound waves for vapor. Okay. Fluid mechanics. Always pet the Kate. Oh, it's just a time delay? Oh, that's not that bad. Huh. I can fix that just by taking a picture of this and moving it closer. Is there anything else in here? No, it's just this. Oh, I have a map. Ooh. Explore.
I wonder, is this how your world appears from a bird's eye view? It's rather spacious. Does it still look like this?
I got Jupiter. gonna force me to back out now, isn't it? Maybe there's something behind here? Oh, there is. But it's just like trees and stuff. Okay. Anything else? No, that's about it. Okay. Gate Cloud Seeding Program, Research Morocco. Particle-induced turbulence in the water cycle. NASA and UXTA studies. Hi, Gate. Notes on the Lattice-Boltzmann method of the kinetics of sound waves. Big lore. As I continue walking across this weird fractal. Stuff over there. I sit. Photo. What's in this? Oh, okay. Do I have any? I have one picture I can take. Oh, this goes back up here. So I stand on this, it does that, it goes all the way. Okay, simple enough. I may need a little bit more space. Does this reach? Really? It doesn't? Okay. It doesn't quite reach, does it? I can give it a shot, but I already know it's not going to. Hold on. If I rewind, does it maintain? That's a thought. Hold on. That would be so weird if that's how that worked. Let's try it. Drop it. Take a picture of it. Drop it. Stand on it. Okay, no, it's not how it works. Then why even bother? Why is it on a delay? Have I underexplored? Well, let me try to explore while I think about this. Oh. I'm dumb. I could just take a picture. Like, I don't even need... I could just take a picture of this. I honestly don't know why I wouldn't. Oh, right. It's purple. Fuck. Oh, did I rewind before I picked up the photo? Is that what happened? No. Pet. Pet cat. Cat. Kate. Man. The bleep environments. Okay, this one's got me a little stumped. Hold on. Let me think about this. Why even bother with the delay? I guess, how do I chain 3 of them? How do I take a picture of more than one of them? I only have the one film. Let's just place this head up here. Nope. I don't think this is a case of me underexploring. I think it's a case of me not understanding. Oh, I could take a picture when it's already charged. I don't have to connect it continuously. Okay. I can't take a picture of the teleporter because it was violet. So when I... Here, I'll show you on the next one. Ooh. Where did this go? Cube? Oh. What? I can't have any of these? But I want all of them. Begin. Oh, cat. Cat wearing shark. Ah. So my biggest issue is I'm like stuck under stuff. Let's move it out to the side here where I can actually do stuff. Shark. Is that Earth bottom right? Hold on. Curse you. Let me down. Ah. Floaty bitch. Okay, so this isn't one where it needs to be that way. It might be one that works fine if I do it here, though. Nope. Rare case. Doesn't do anything. Use photocopier. Okay. Hi, Kate. Actual photo. Anything else? Shark. Up. Oh. Oh.
Oh, thank you. I'll cherish this.
Yummy. Huh. Oh, I didn't pick up this yet, I guess. So there's that photo. Where's the other thing? Yeah, this. Neat. Anything else clickable? Huh. There's a lot going on. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. So I need 3. First one, I'm just gonna build this like over here or something. First one is the stand. The idea is I stand on this and it does a thing. Second one is that one, which I need to like, I just need to get it to know that it's nearby-ish. I'll kill the photocopier, I don't think I need it. So let's see if that's close enough. It's not. But that's an easy fix. I could just back up more, and then it will be. Oh, nope. I killed it. Yeah. Now is it close enough? Oh, why am I even bothering with that? Hold on. I don't need that. Let's do it this way just so I can explore. Is there anything over here? No, I could just put the other one next to it. Frickin'... Why bother with all that jazz? Oh, I need that for the delay. Okay. Oh. Rather than that way, do it over here. I'm sorry, Kate. Alright, this one's particularly annoying. I guess I can move this all the way out here. And then rotate this way and go here-ish. Zoom in, make sure I don't cause an issue. Yay, Kate's immune. Really? Freaking not close enough? What the fuck? Why not start with the middle one? You're right. That's easier. And now I can just place these how I need to.
Weather is truly a fickle thing. The climate can impact every living and non-living thing. Impossible questions and impossible solutions. The hold it can have on someone. May I ask you a question Merrin often proposed to herself? Tell me, how does one heal the world?
Good question, dude. Hey look, I'm collecting my little planetoids. Okay, so I did that one, I did that one. Now I keep going up, and up, and up. Optional challenge. It buzzed. Okay. I have one photo to get all the way across. That's not actually that bad. I can take this picture here, then go here, off to the side, and slightly back. So, for the record, I thought I was going to be able to go further back. So I guess I need to be further forward. Alright, so that only really works for the first one. After that, the edge of the photo kind of deletes my path. So when I'm taking this photo, I need the edge of this to be right aligned. And then when I do that, I can, yeah, just like that. It's close enough. I'll be able to get across just fine. If I had done it perfect, I would have been able to walk across and not parkour, but it's fine. Oh. Okay, so I need to think. Can I just get there? That's a... Yep. Nope. Huh. Interesting. If I can place it kind of diagonal-ish, I might be able to make it work both ways. Ooh. Oh. No. That was a silly idea. I think I was onto something better when I did it this way. I can catch this in it and use the start of this, and then I'll be using, what was that? This one to get to the next one. Right. Okay. And now that I'm using this, I can alternate. Also, hi, Lena. Optional challenge. Let's explore this. Cat Tower. Kate Tower. I have a photocopier. I have a photo. What's in my photo? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. It's 4 different ways. Alright. I need at least 4 of these. Alright. Let's start with the obvious one. Go this way. Battery falls. Go down these stairs. Now what? Okay. Nothing. That's what. Alright, so that's not worth putting down that way at all. What about you? Let's get the battery. Let's start that. Okay. And now I can go down to get the battery with this one. this is up here now. Now let's go check out this way. And this is pretty much the only way to get there. This to here, and then move all the way to here. And then that. Nice. Oh yeah, I already did that. Up we go. Teleport to optional challenge. Battery. Battery pad? No. I see. So I'm fenced off that way. There's a battery over here. Okay, let's yoink that. Tilt this sideways. Make a hole. Make sure I don't hit anything important. Battery. Hey, look. You need 3? I only have 1. I guess I could put you up here so that when I take this picture, I get another battery. That's only those 2. So I'm short a battery. Oh, there's it. I have to get that one somehow. Okay. So I think this happens no matter what. I dropped it again. Oh. Alright, so I now somehow need to get a picture with this over here. So I need... Oh, I can use this picture, which will have this in it, to get over to the last battery. So that's 3 total, and then I go over here, I rotate this, and I put this down. Boom. Then I go collect. 1. Two. 3. Watermelon. Are you calling me fat? Oh well. Oh, I don't even have the camera to show you this part. Oh, it'll work. Okay, so now I can show you. But I have to figure out how to get the watermelon to stay still on that slope. So what happened is this will take a picture, but it will only take a picture of watermelon. How do I get it to take a picture? I mean, the fuck? Is the watermelon literally the only thing? How do I get ball to not ball? Is there anything else? Literally anything. Oh boy. There's a trick about this, I just don't know what it is. Really? Really? Any other photo, anything I can make flat. It's not letting me draw on the paper. Yep, it's not a matter of running away in time. Why do I have 5 opportunities for this? Alright, I know this isn't solution, but it goes in the circle. See? Man. This is a weird one. I'm using the bathroom. I'll be back. Let's see how I did. Damn it. I'm really trying. I'm trying to figure out how to stand up without just having straight plumber grind. That's so awful. Do I literally have to fucking mess with my camera every time? kind of think that this camera over here, and ramp might be a red herring. So let's just take a picture of the empty air and see what we can gain from this. Because I can use this to delete walls. What's above here? Nothing? Thought for sure there would be something up there. Okay. So I can delete walls with this, but it's not going anywhere? Is there really nothing I can knock down? You know what, that's an idea. What if I use this in order to make a ramp to walk up there? And then just see what's up there. Yeah. That's not bad. There's nothing frickin' up here. Oh, that's a thought. I could take this wall out and the whole thing maybe? No, because it just floats there. Yeah. Why would gravity work that time, you know? Because that's totally a thought process. I could go, oh, I'll just knock this whole thing down. Oh, it floats. It floats. Only some things care about gravity. Now what's beneath this? Nothing. Okay. Apparently there's an achievement for that. Alright, so my idea of breaking something with this has not panned out. Is there some way for me to get up there, throw the watermelon, get up there, throw the watermelon down, drop down, take the picture as it's falling? How do I get up there? Oh, really? It is that? I have to frickin' parkour there? I'm amazed and confused. Really? That's the solution. I have to get above it and drop frickin' down. Oh, okay, so last time I was able to get up there, it was because of this. So I'll do it this way again. I will need a second frickin' thing. Let me get... I'm gonna have to bring the watermelon with me. Oh boy. Let me get another blank so that I can clear the path. Is this gonna work? Come on, let's check. Let me up. Yes, it will. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Come here. No, no, come on. Are you serious? Oh, that was amusing. Come on, let me up. Let me up. Let me up. There we go. Up, 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 up. Okay. Parkour? I don't think I'm getting up there with this. I could get here. Okay. Oh, do I have to throw this? How do I can't throw it. Can I get up there? Oh. You cannot pick up objects beneath you? Oh, because the way you did the physics, if you could pick up an object beneath you, you'd be able to... Right. Okay. Alright, so let's put this watermelon on the shelf. Jump up here. Oh. Man. Well, then how am I supposed to get over this to do the picture? Well, first of all, I don't need these. That's the first part. I am now figuring out how to get, like, alternative paths to get the watermelon in front of the camera. Alright, so that gets me on top of the camera. Which is enough to potentially drop it over if I could pick it up from there. This is too small for me to shove it in. Or, yeah, the gap's too small. I don't understand. This one's got me stumped, boys. Oh! I was like, why is the watermelon floating? Does one finally have me stumped? Yeah, it does. I am truly stumped. There's nothing over here to take a picture of. There's some kind of trick here. Something I don't see, something I don't know. Succulents. That's a thought. What if I kill the sun? Nothing. Really? I killed the sun. Here's your new sun. This is what you get. Oh. Okay. So I now know I can go down there. That doesn't help me much, I don't think. With the help of the watermelon, am I able to jump on top of the watermelon, get across, grab it, and use that to get all the way up there? That'd be freaky. Let's give that a shot. What is it, 2 of these? Yeah, let's try that. I don't think I'm meant to parkour. But it feels like the only thing that makes sense is to get up there, drop it off, drop down, take a picture. Alright. I'm leaving this one for now. It feels like that one's the end of the game. Alright. I'm hopping off.